no pause, or continue to share Joe Mazzulla's vision of chucking up threes next season for the Seas.
Oh, my gosh. You know, look, while I salute what OnlyFans has done for a lot of girls who claim to be in nursing school at that time of the evening, sharing a toothbrush with an OnlyFans model or continuing to share Joe Mazzulla's vision of chucking up threes.
That's what it says here.
Both would make me throw up. However, one would only one of them would give me a canker sore, I believe. So I'm gonna have to go with Joe Mazzulla chucking up the threes, because if there's a big man there, maybe he wakes up, maybe he has nightmares of Joel Embiid scaring the dickens out of him. All right, so Tristan, that's how you played. Would you rather more likely to either or?
I was about to say it for you. No, I love that. That's fantastic.
And so the funny thing is, I'm so used to being over the break by now from doing it because that's what I've been known to. KJ, talented guy, just doesn't know when to shut up and go to break. And I'm so used to that, but now I'm like, I gotta fill after. Usually I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm a second late. So look, the Red Sox, they have me baffled in the sense that when you didn't get Bregman back here, like it just felt like there was no effort, just no effort, or you felt like you could skate by with the pitching, like maybe, just maybe, and I think this is what it really came down to was, I think it was more important for the Red Sox upstairs to start cleaning house of the voices that were in disagreement more than it was building on the success of last year. Like last year, I'm just going to say this, they got lucky last year. They really did. And the way they lost to the Yankees, it shouldn't have happened. That's why I see Nate Eaton back there. I'm just kind of like, every time I see your face coming around third, I just want to, and I think this year was really about kind of cleaning out the voices that go against, right? Because it was like this three-pronged triangle, right? First, it's Chaim Bloom and his clashes with Alex Cora. Who could forget the famous picture of Alex Verdugo and Chaim Bloom standing out in left field talking to each other, or in right field talking to each other by themselves, while Cora and the rest of their team are like in the infield. Like, clearly, I know what that looks like in this industry. Like, can I talk to you for a minute? I want to talk to you about my co-host. That's what it is. And then it became Breslow and Cora. And now Cora's gone, and all of Cora's dudes are gone. And so now it's just Breslow. So next, I'm going to tell you the evidence that Breslow got that says this guy's going to be here for the rest of the season. That's in 2 minutes here on KJ Show. In for Christian Arcan here on WEEI.
Hey, Rhode Island. Keep it real with the Ballybet Casino app. You can play with real dealers plus win real cash. It's got hundreds of slots you can play on your phone when you're out on the go or hanging at home. Just download the app. If you're 21, tap the Ballybet tile and fire up the fun. Play blackjack, baccarat, even roulette. Real dealers, real money, real fun. Ballybet. Must be 21 plus, Rhode Island only. Gambling problem? Call 1-877-9-GAMBLE. Ballybet Casino.
Download it.
Are you really buying a car online on AutoTrader right now?
Really, I can get super specific with dealer listings and see cars based on my budget.
You can really have it delivered.
Or pick it up.
Mommy, I think your kid is walking up the slide.
Really? AutoTrader. Buy your car online. Really?
Whether it's a birthday trip, a family reunion, or just a fun getaway, booking a Vrbo vacation rental means no worrying about surprises. VrboCare and 24/7 live support have your back if something's off. The Loved by Guest filter helps you find top-rated homes, and verified reviews mean real feedback from real Vrbo guests. So you know exactly what you're booking.
Honestly, I just booked my Vrbo because there was a sweet wine fridge.
Hey, we all have our reasons. Don't walk into a surprise. If you know, you Vrbo. Terms apply. See vrbo.com/trust for details.
Ice Cube's Big 3 is back. The most competitive basketball league on earth is on CBS this Saturday. Big 3 All-Star Dwight Howard and the LA Riot take on Greg Monroe and the Dallas Power. Then Coach Rick Mahorn, Sensation Nazir Kaur, and the Detroit Amps look to protect home court against back-to-back MVP Michael Beasley and the defending champs Miami 305. The game played the way you love. Watch live Saturday on CBS at 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific, and catch replays on BET. Oh, yay, yay!
From game day crowds to memorable meals, Genius by Global Payments keeps your kitchen and floor perfectly in sync. Real-time menus, seamless updates, big league reliability for any business. That's genius.
From the Catches Law Injury Attorney Studios. Every game, all season, no subscription needed. The Sox play here. 93.7 WEEI-FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston, and Odyssey Sports Station. Now, here's what's in our feed.
Marchand to Bergeron, the drive, save, rebound is loose. Sagan kicks it loose. Bergeron scores! Patrice Bergeron with the point of the dagger in their throats. They rip it out of Toronto's hands and kill the beast. The Boston Bruins have won it after being 3 down in the third.
Oh, I could listen to that all day, Jack Edwards. As we've been reporting, Patrice Bergeron is going to have his number 37 lifted to the rafters at TD Garden next season. Today, we found out that Bergie is also going to be going to the Hockey Hall of Fame. The 6-time Selke Trophy winner got into the Hall of Fame on his first ballot today. Carey Price, Pekka Rinne, and Keith Tkachuk also voted in. The induction ceremony will take place this November in Toronto. This report brought to you by the Prudential Center. Headed to Fenway for the game. Park in Prudential Center's garage for just $26 for night and weekend games. Located in the heart of Back Bay, shop, dine, and discover all Prudential Center has to offer, including the View Boston Observation Deck. It's just a short walk over to Fenway, the Prudential Center. This is Tristan Andrew. That's what's in the feed on WEEI. Sports, laughs, authenticity. KJ filling in for Arcan for another 40 minutes leading up to pregame right now.
Look, I fully understand and appreciate questions regarding Craig Breslow and his job security and all that. But the issue of a change there, just to be clear, it's not even on the table. Craig, and he is working as hard as anybody in terms of getting things back on track. But again, words are hollow right now, and as bleak as things appear, I think it'd be ridiculous to say anything other than we're all feeling it, and we're working to get us back on that trajectory that we really thought we were on.
KJ Show in for Christian Arcan, WEEI, 617-779-7937. Got another 35 minutes with you, and then Joe Wow will take you into the Red Sox pregame, getting ready for the Colorado series. That's Sam Kennedy last week here on WEEI, discussing the future of Craig Breslow. And so I'll say this from being in the entertainment industry for a few years, is management upper level, right? Let's just call it the tip of the iceberg level. These are the ones that you see who are the face of and everything. They don't lie to each other. They lie to everybody beneath them. Everybody beneath them. So to me, to you, we all get lied to. We're now in a society where we're used to being lied. We're gaslit in real time. I've always told you, like, hey, you can tell anybody you want, anytime you want, however you want, as long as it's not in a court of law and you don't have to put your hand on some type of book. So there, I do believe Sam Kennedy when he says that Breslow's job is not in danger. Why? Is because he's done upper management's henchman's job wonderfully. I mean, like, think about this. As much as we felt so much love for Hein Bloom, oh my God, I probably wrote half or at least a third of my parody songs about what that guy wasn't or wasn't doing. And I remember at the time I was just like, this guy cannot expect to get Tampa prices in the seaport for dinner. That's what he was trying to do. Like, he was trying, like, all the shrimp you can eat here in Tampa Bay, that doesn't fly in the seaport. What the cost of that shrimp dinner in Tampa is the cost for damn parking right next to Greg's, okay? So, yeah, that wasn't going to work. But he got rid of Mookie Betts and took the hit for it. And my goodness, I mean, Jeter Downs literally wore the number 2. This is I think just how diabolical that was. After Bogart's body wasn't even warm out of here, there's Jeter Downs running around with a number 2 on his back for his family to see because he loves Derek Jeter in Boston. Could you be? It was the most unaware situation I have seen in terms of, like, operational, probably outside of Derek Jeter running the Miami Marlins. And I like Derek Jeter. I'll get into that one day. So here comes Craig Breslow. And remember, he's with the Chicago Cubs. He's kind of like laying in the weeds kind of guy. Like, I don't make decisions, but I see everything. And I think when he, because everybody's making a big deal about like who didn't take the job and all these people turned it down, I was just like, well, there's a lot of dysfunction here and no payments, okay? That, look, Breslow, if he did his job correctly in Chicago and based on what he did in the major leagues for a little bit, this guy's going to have a pitching acumen that did not exist when Chaim Bloom was there. You can go to Baseball Reference like all of us do and go look at the last 3 seasons that Chaim Bloom was in charge. It shows that the pitching was so bad that the hitting is what the pitching should. Let me say that again. It was so bad for the pitching that pretty much the Red Sox pretty much had to win every game like 7-6. That's how uneven the pitching was to the hitting. You had hitting, you had no pitching. Now you got all this pitching and no hitting. Like there's this number, it's called call 100, the number, like the mean, if you will. I hate to do math terms. School's out, right? But the Red Sox pitching at that time was like a 108, and you would want it to be lower than 100. Its batting was 108, and you want its batting to be above 100. That's how bad it was under Chaim Bloom. So with Craig Breslow, you're like, okay, maybe this guy knows something. Some of these pitchers that are out here, maybe a flashing guy that's in AA, maybe knows something in AAA. Maybe he's seen something in Chicago. I remember saying that. What did he do? Get Garrett Crochet, a guy who was wallowing there in Chicago. The White Sox have been tremendously, ironically, the White Sox are now tied for first in the Central. I don't know what that makes you even more disappointed in the Red Sox. Like, really? Like, if you're in the American League Central, you wouldn't be that bad of a team. But here you're horrible. So you sign Crochet and you don't spend the farm. You get Ranger Suarez and you get a great deal. Tolle you bring up early. These guys are working. The Sonny Gray deal that had some of us scratching our heads like, really, Sonny Gray? We're doing the Tyler O'Neill of pitching now? It's worked. What Breslow's done has worked when it comes to pitching. And then, like, it almost like as manna falls from the sky, if you're a believer. I mean, Giannis is saying, God, I hope everything works out. Some of you are hoping, God, I hope it's really a deal for Jokic. That's me. But yeah, I'm like, wait a minute. Here's the thing with Breslow. He had to fix the stuff with Chaim Bloom, and he did that from the pitching perspective. Then last year, Devers shows up to camp pouting. Okay? Pouting. Okay, they get Bregman. Makes total sense. You ask me 10 out of 10 times, who do I want playing third, Bregman or Devers when a ground ball is coming? It's Bregman by a mile. Okay? Devers starts to stink it up as the year starts last year. Patience is kind of sitting there. Then as he gets hot, you trade him. That's bold because Devers was really your own. Like if you had a 1-2 punch, the last 1-2 punch that existed in the order here was Devers and Bregman. How long ago does that feel? Then I think the bold move for this year, he sends Brian Bayo down to Worcester. And now at that point, Brian Bayo is kind of like the star child inside of in the team. You know, obviously he's not going to be the number one with Crochet here, but Bayo's had all this rope to kind of work himself with, and it's just gotten worse and worse and worse. And he took it to, hey, I'm going to take a guy and send him back to Worcester who's part of my starting rotation. And then in Miami, have it ready, Tristan, to play. This happened.
And let's see if the Giants do send Jonah Cox out there. They're gonna.
Great at bat. 0-2 to 3-2 to walk.
And Devers is trying to send Cox back to the dugout.
Not happy.
You can kill it right there because that just became Exhibit C for Breslow to show to management. See, I got rid of the malcontent who was nothing but an insubordinator. So Breslow, kind of on the low key, was here to get rid of some of these malcontents who, let's just call it what it is, that were enjoying more of the perks of what baseball does for them than what they were doing for baseball, Brian Bayo and Rafael Devers. He handled them. He handled them. This is why Breslow's not going anywhere, because he got rid of a problem and he got rid of something that wasn't improving their problem. 617-779-7937. KJ Show in for Christian Arcan. All right, Bob, what you got? Thanks for calling from work.
Yeah, I think Breslow's not that bad. He's a former major leaguer, which is more than the general managers have been in the last 20 years. And I think he's got some guts, but he unfortunately has to kowtow to John Henry, who should sell the goddamn team.
But I don't want us to call Ketch's injury law firm and we'd be injured because somebody else said, like, damn, how do I recover my wages, sir?
That's our Bob and Warwick.
Right. But so he did agree with me about Breslow in terms of there is some capability there. But I think the culpability with such a bad team out there is really all Chaim Bloom. Like, do you know, like, this is what's kind of crazy. The same people who were saying, Mookie's not worth the $35 million are probably some of the people who told you, well, look what Dahlbeck did at the end of the previous season. He hit 20 home runs, but Cass is hitting his 24, or you got to bring up Meyer, or Campbell and all these other, like you wanted to go with the youth movement. You got the youth movement, and guess what? These guys are not ready for a podcast at this point. Not even prime time, a podcast. Like, these guys cannot handle the major leagues at this point. This is why they have a losing record at home, because the fan base is loud about it when they're not happy about it. And you'd have to say, because what's the first thing you're going to say? You make too much money to be out there to be worried about what I got to say than for you to pay attention to that slider that's coming in. Like, I'm going to boo if you're not making contact. That's why people love, like, Wilson Contreras is doing nothing super special. He's just doing something, right? That's why you're like, Contreras is on his way to having 33 home runs. It's just like, well, yeah, you don't really multiply by 2 when it comes to the home run thing. You're not like, hey, because he's got 17 now, he's going to have 34 for the season. If you did that, you were doing some bad math with Yoshida a couple of years ago. It's like gas tanks. When your gas tank reaches the halfway level, I don't know if you noticed this, but like if it gets down to 0, you don't move, right? Like, it's better to keep it above half tank and add that way. I don't know about you, Tristan. That's how I save money. 617-779-7937. Tell you what, Ethan, I'm going to get to you here in a couple of seconds. 2 minutes, I'll get to your calls. Then we'll continue the Red Sox conversation and then circle back to the Giannis watch, or I would say, hopefully, the Jaylen Brown watch, because that's, I want to keep him here. WEEI. Hang out.
Blowing ad budget on metrics that look great till the CFO sees them, that's bull spend. And marketers are calling it out in Dashboard Confessions.
I remember telling my boss, it'll be good for the brand, when leads were slow. Yeah, it wasn't.
Cut the bull spend. LinkedIn lets you target by company, job title, and more. Advertise on LinkedIn. Spend $250 on your first campaign and get a $250 credit. Go to linkedin.com/campaign. Terms and conditions apply.
Ice Cube's Big 3 is back. The most competitive basketball league on earth is on CBS this Saturday. Big 3 All-Star Dwight Howard and the LA Riot take on Greg Monroe and the Dallas Power. Then Coach Rick Mahorn, Sensation Nazir Kaur, and the Detroit Amps look to protect home court against back-to-back MVP Michael Beasley and the defending champs Miami 305. The game played the way you love. Watch live Saturday on CBS at 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific, and catch replays on BET. Oh, yay, yay!
My name is Shannon Maldonado. I'm the founder of Yowie, a gift shop from the lens of artists and handmade objects. I chose Shopify because when I was testing other platforms, it was definitely one of the most user-friendly. It was important to me to think about where we would be in the future. All of the tools for reading your sales, like planning inventory, they're just right there on your dashboard. For anyone starting a small business, the biggest thing I can tell you is it doesn't have to be perfect. Shopify can help you build upon it. Start your free trial on shopify.com.
Hey, Rhode Island. Keep it real with the Ballybet Casino app. You can play with real dealers plus win real cash. It's got hundreds of slots you can play on your phone when you're out on the go or hanging at home. Just download the app, If you're 21, tap the Ballybet tile and fire up the fun. Play blackjack, baccarat, even roulette. Real dealers, real money, real fun. Ballybet. Must be 21 plus, Rhode Island only. Gambling problem? Call 1-877-9-GAMBLE. Ballybet Casino.
Download it. You're listening to Christian Arcand on WEEI.
KJ Show in for Christian Arcand here on WEEI. 617-779-7937, brought to you by the Catches Law Injury Attorney Studios. No fee unless you win. Let's go to Ethan in South Weymouth. Ethan, thanks so much for hanging on. You're on WEEI. Your thoughts?
Thanks for having me. I really just love the fact what you said earlier about how Breslow's built what Chaim Bloom couldn't.
Yeah.
My question to you is, why, when people, he's not the only one making decisions. Yes, he's one of the puppets in that office. I get that.
All right.
But why, when it comes from we didn't re-sign Bregman and we didn't get anyone else in the lineup, like we'll say Arias, we could have traded for Arias, but we have all this depth. Why not trade for someone when he has other people telling him what to do?
Ethan, thanks for
that made any sense.
Yeah, I'll try and piece it together. I like putting puzzles together or putting lives together like my own. So with Bregman, go back to the whole scenario that happened with Bregman when he got here. Remember, it was like I thought I got it on Amazon Prime. It should be here in 2 days, and it's still not here like 7 days later. Like, it took a long time for Bregman to happen, and some of the reports that were floating was Bregman was more of a Cora guy and not so much upper management guy, okay? So then you remember Bregman starts off hot last year, and I was like, okay, but we need him to be hot in August, September, gets hurt. And then what kind of turned me off, and I kind of sided with Breslow at the time, and keep in mind, I've made Breslow parody songs too. Like, I try to call it as I see it, where I was like, no, don't give Bregman the extension just yet, because Bregman does all of his damage in August and September. And if he's not doing it in August and September, but he's got paper in hand, then how do you know you have damaged goods? At first I was just like, what is this, like, 1 year options out things for $40 million? I'm thinking like, okay, Bregman wants to do a deal and it's probably going to be closer to that 40 a year. I wouldn't commit to it yet because the guy's running around in bra with no panties. Oh, plus he had on pants, but I'm still trying the training thing. Like, put a shirt on, bro. You're a pro athlete. He's running around with that, saying, "Yeah, I'm open to negotiating." Bro, you've had 150 at bats here. Like, no, that's too soon for that. And so when it came time at the end of this year, there's no Devers to fall back onto, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. After what you just saw in Miami, it was like, damn. It's like literally, like maybe Devers' cycle literally hits around this time every year. I don't, and I'm not talking about from the plate. But Devers just showed his ass in Miami. You're like, you know what? No corporation takes insubordination lightly. They don't care how it goes. I don't care what if you're telling your bosses, no, I'm not going to do it. No. Yeah, they got something for you. It'd be like, it's like the dude in Office Space with the red stapler. Can't figure out why his checks haven't been coming in. He's like, because they fired your ass 6 months ago.
Just moved your desk down into the boiler room.
There you go. And so when it came to Bregman, like when you hear like there was a hang up of only $500,000, like that's something that doesn't get released out unless you're trying to embarrass somebody. And that could have been Bregman trying to embarrass the Red Sox. The reason why I say that is because Bregman is embarrassing himself now playing in a stadium that has a left field fence more than 310 feet away. Like, people do realize that Bregman has always played his entire career with short porches and left. Now when you get a little bump out in left field in Wrigley and a little wind blowing in, the guy's begging for home like he's Dorothy and Wizard of Oz in his simulator. There's no place like Fenway. I missed the 310 in the big tall fence. Please. Like, you could tell that was one of those situations. So I'm coming away from, hey, the Red Sox couldn't handle a contract negotiation with Bregman. You hear people talk about the deal with Schwarber. Again, it's the Chaim Bloom time, so I don't know why you would associate it to now. Again, remember the Cubs were ready to get rid of, got rid of him for nothing. He was injured at the time. And then, if you remember, the following season, the National League was going to fully adopt the DH. Okay? So I said, hey, I think the Red Sox wanted to keep Schwarber, but realized he could get a boatload more money going to the NL and not have to field his position at all and not be the long-term DH here because that was coming for Rafael Devers, if you remember, right? Like, this was the play for we're going to make Devers the DH at some point.
I'm really glad people are coming around, though, KJ, on the fact that, letting Schwarber go was an oversight.
Yeah, well, again, it's revisionist history because Schwarber's literally pulling a David Ortiz leaving Minnesota when he left Chicago. Like, Kyle Schwarber was David Ortiz, Minnesota David Ortiz when he was in Chicago. Come here, play first base. He enjoys himself. He kind of does like what the Scots do, if you will, what they did here over the last couple weeks. I don't know how it's going for him in Miami. It's a little different. But, yeah, so Schwarber is one of those things where, yeah, he could have, but I think there was just going to be more money. Now, if there's one thing that you'd have me say out loud about Breslow and this crew was, if you were in on Juan Soto up to $600 million, I don't think they've put out more than $400 million. Where's the other $200 million you were willing to spend? So I don't want to seem to be like, okay, I'm just trying to carry this flag for Breslow, because that's not necessarily it, right? Because the jury's still out, right? I think next year is going to be, because I think like the way that Bloom was hired to get rid of Mookie Betts, to not re-sign him, it was Breslow's job to get rid of Alex Cora. And that comes from upstairs. So the real question is, and maybe this is why you're seeing John Henry a little bit more. Like, he's hanging out in New York. It's like, yeah, I heard what they do over in Liverpool when they're not too happy, Is he going over for fish and chips? Is Mr. Henry,
Yeah, baby.
Yeah. He's an owner, baby. He's an owner. That you start to say, okay, now that mission accomplished, because some people are like, do you just bump Cora upstairs? You probably now see that, oh, that was oil and water coming from, that's fire on the bayou, as they say down there in New Orleans. Boy, there's so much gasoline in the water, I wouldn't drink it. It's a fire. There's no way you put Cora in upper management. No way. At least here. But with Breslow, I think kind of mission accomplished. Now, let's even put Veritek into that bucket too. Because Veritek is a guy you're kind of like, hey, he's loved by the people. And for those of you who've seen Godfather 2, the most important thing that Michael says in that entire movie is when they're in Cuba and he says, they were ready to die for it. Are you? That's what people felt about Jason Veritek ascending up to becoming the next manager of this ball club. That had to go too. Yeah. Look how they massacred my... Okay, that's one. Fredo, I knew it was you all along. KJ. You know why I like all these different type of movie references is because where I grew up, while I wouldn't say they necessarily existed, I could just say I did see one classmate's father get his ass kicked inside of a laundromat one time by a couple of guys in some very nice shoes. I was like, they don't even have on boots and they don't even look like me. This is some different type of violence I'm seeing. And his last name did end with the letter I. So you could piece things together there. But Breslow is doing a magnificent role of playing Michael. He's doing the hit job that no one saw coming. 617-779-7937. That's also text line. I'm not taking another break. Am I taking another break? So let me take another break here because we're figuring things out because I want to get this right for Joe Wild when he gets in here, and then we'll talk Red Sox as he comes in. 617-779-7937. Let's do summer booze next. We'll try, since it's the start of summer here on the KJ Show in for Arcan. Only one of them would give me a canker sore, I believe.
WEEI.
WEEI.
Boston's Sports Original.
The NBA season may be coming to an end, but the games are just beginning online. NBA The Run is a new, fast-paced 3v3 street ball game played above the rim and filled with posterizing jams, ankle-breaking tricks, and style. Bring your favorite NBA stars like SGA, Giannis, Steph, LaMelo, Luka, Jalen Brunson, and more to iconic street ball courts around the world in online knockout tournaments. Stack enough wins and you'll become the GOAT of the run. NBA The Run is out now for PlayStation 5, Xbox, and PC for $29.99.
Since 1961, New Englanders have trusted one name to protect their homes and businesses: Warwick Tree Service. We blend 6 decades of experience with cutting-edge technology to handle even the most hazardous or hard-to-reach trees with surgical precision and minimal disruption. Our licensed arborists don't just remove trees, we provide the expert care and peace of mind that only comes from years in the field. Don't wait for the next storm. Visit warwicktree.com to schedule your free tree service assessment today. Warwick Tree Service. Safe, efficient, proven since 1961.
Blowing ad budget on metrics that look great till the CFO sees them? That's bull spend. And marketers are calling it out in Dashboard Confessions.
I remember telling my boss, it'll be good for the brand, when leads were slow. Yeah, it wasn't.
Cut the bull spend. LinkedIn lets you target by company, job title, and more. Advertise on LinkedIn. Spend $250 on your first campaign and get a $250 credit. Go to linkedin.com/campaign. Terms and conditions apply.
The 2026 Lincoln Aviator SUV turns a robust list of features into a world of premium experiences. Excite your drive with impressive horsepower and torque. Customize your comfort with available perfect position seats featuring 30 configurations. Make room for 2 more passengers with powerful third-row seats that can fold flat with the touch of a button. And immerse yourself in the finest expression of design and services with available elevated packages. Experience it for yourself by visiting your local Lincoln retailer.
Ice Cube's Big 3 is back. The most competitive basketball league on earth is on CBS this Saturday. Big 3 All-Star Dwight Howard and the LA Riot take on Greg Monroe and the Dallas Power. Then Coach Rick Mahorn, Sensation Nazir Kaur, and the Detroit Amps look to protect home court against back-to-back MVP Michael Beasley and the defending champs Miami 305. The game played the way you love. Watch live Saturday on CBS at 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific, and catch replays on BET. Oh, yay, yay!
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
This is Service Pro Sports with Jobber. Today's MVP, a lawn care pro. One tap, real-time updates, 0 callbacks. That's how you earn 5 stars. Start a free trial at jobber.com.
We all belong outside. We're drawn to nature, whether it's the recorded sounds of the ocean we doze off to, or the succulents that adorn our homes. Nature makes all of our lives, well, better. Despite all this, we often go about our busy lives removed from it. But the outdoors is closer than we realize. With All Trails, you can discover trails nearby and explore confidently. With offline maps and on-trail navigation, download the free app today and make the most of your summer with All Trails.
My name is Jessa. One of the things I love the most about working for United Healthcare is that everybody matters. Every moment matters. There's a person behind every problem. I care because it's what I was put on this earth to do.
I'm Ben, and I work at United Healthcare. I am just one piece of a larger puzzle, but every piece matters. It's more than just work. We want to make the healthcare system better for everyone. I care because I want to make a difference. That's what committed to care means to me.
You're listening to Christian Arcand on WEEI.
The Celtics have, I believe, decided they just weren't good enough. It wasn't that Jason Tatum got hurt and they lost that series with Philly. I think the Celtics have taken a hard look in the mirror and they have decided we weren't going to beat the Knicks. All these people are like saying that the Knicks are, they want to say reasons why they didn't beat the Knicks. Not the Celtics. The Celtics are stone cold sober. Think they're not as good as the Knicks. They're not sure they're going to be as good as the Pacers next year when they come back fully healthy. And they believe they need to upgrade their team. And I am now speculating that if Jaylen Brown doesn't get traded for Giannis, they may trade him somewhere else.
KJ Show in for Christian Arcand on WEEI, 793.7. I'll get to your text messages on the scribe line here in 1 minute. That's Brian Windhurst earlier today on ESPN saying that, look, if the JB for Giannis deal doesn't go down, that Jaylen Brown still probably gets traded somewhere else. If you missed the show, I said there's only one place I'm on the phone if I'm Brad Stevens, and that's with the Denver Nuggets about Nikola Jokic. If you missed the show, I played some audio from Josh Kroenke, the Suns owner and the president of Denver's basketball operation, where last year he said, boy, I'd hate for a scenario to come down that I have to trade number 15. Then this year said, hey, people misquoted and mistook some of my words last summer, and everything's on the table except for number 15. That's got to, if you're Jamal Murray, you got to feel really good about that. I'm the only other everything that's around here. I look, Denver's one of these secondary markets where to try and continue to carry Jokic and continue to finish fourth in the conference in terms of the playoffs and so forth, you don't pay for that. The NBA probably, think about this. If Giannis was to come to the Boston Celtics, do you think he's just ready to just wear somebody else's number? Because they're not taking the 34 down. Oh, you could smack. I'm calling people down to the damn seaport, and I'm throwing more than just tea in the damn harbor if you're taking down Pierce's. I mean, for God's sakes, the guy got shanked for this team, okay? There's no way Giannis comes here and wears number 34. He's going to wear 43? No, that's come on, we can't do the Schroeder thing, wearing like 965 as a real number. You can go wear that 34 in Miami all you want. Go do that. Go do it. You need to be next to a center anyway. But who's holding on to a 15 around here? Huh? Somebody holding on to 15? No! What do you know? There's room for Jokic on the old carpet up in the sky. And look, call me crazy. I just try to be insightful through these things. But the first thing I looked at was the money. And their money matches. Am I wrong, Tristan? You saw it on the sheet. Their money matches. So look, I want Jaylen Brown to stay. I would feel some weird way if it was for Giannis. And as soon as Giannis was out with a toe injury or something like that, I'm like, you know what? That damn Jaylen Brown carried a bunch of pretty much G Leaguers and a couple of NBA players last year to number 2 in the Eastern Conference. That's what happened. And this guy's got a hurt toe. Get your Greek ass out there. That's what I would be. Get it out there. But no. But if it's Jokic, at least his brother would be up there fighting in the stands for us. You know what I mean? Like, it'd be so cool. It'd be like, Jokic's brother is up there fighting somebody. Come on, kid. Throw some hands, kid. All right, let's go to ye scribe line. Oh, Tristan Andrew, what say the people in Bostonia?
603 texter, JB wants to be the guy, so let him be the guy. He's a top 20 player who sometimes forgets how to dribble in the playoffs. The Jays are underachievers in the playoffs.
Okay, so you can't say they're underachievers because they've won an NBA title together. You just don't go to the NBA Finals and they just give you a sticker for winning it. Yeah, the closest to that, the Lakers in the bubble, all right? Like the Jays probably combined have probably played maybe a season, close to a season and a half worth of playoff games together, just in playoff games. So you can't tell me that these guys are underachievers when they've won a championship. Now, in terms of being the man, I think this is where the respect has to come in if you're going to part with Jaylen Brown, because literally you're parting with someone whose number probably will be in a conversation to go up in the rafters. I think this is probably a greater story than the Cedric Maxwell story, right? Like if there's a comp it would be Jaylen Brown and Cedric Maxwell. Do your homework, folks. This is sports talk. I just can't come up here. It may sound like I'm winging it, but that's the talent, There's a similarity there, but Cedric's number is up there, so Jaylen's number is going to be up there. So I think if you would want to do right by the guy, and Cedric might tell you they didn't do right by him, but I don't know if I'd want to be the guy in Milwaukee. Now, if you told me I could be another guy next to Jamal Murray as probably the backcourt in the NBA in Denver, and I still have Aaron Gordon, who's kind of a lob to the rim guy, I could just go get a stretch 5 from somewhere. You got Christian Braun behind them. So you have pieces there that could potentially help, but I don't know if I would just want to be like, yeah, they're underachievers. That would be false. Oh, Tristan Andrew. What else do the Bostonians say? There'll be no summertime booze tonight. Not enough time to get those drinks in.
Quick programming change there. 720 texter. I'm a Nuggets and Celtics fan, having lived in Colorado for 8 years. I live in New Hampshire now. Yeah. I would love Jokic here. Boston would love him.
Would love him. I mean, he would have his own Birkenstock if you wanted to. I mean, he's He's kind of got like that granola feel. Maybe it's because he's the Eastern European guy, but it would work well here. And here's the thing. The Knicks won the NBA championship by making one adjustment. They went and got Karl Anthony Towns. They didn't give up the world for him. Julius Randle, now there's talk about him. Maybe you talk about Naz Reid. Naz Reid is more of a tall guy that shoots a three than a guy who bangs inside. I stopped myself from putting that out there. Le Pulse. So, no, that's not Quation. But yeah, it's one of those situations where you're like, it's one of those things where like Jokic automatically, you will never have to worry, Joe Mazzulla, about Joel Embiid waking up from the dead when you're up 3-1 in a series. Joel Embiid dies immediately in that game, and Philadelphia never comes back to life. All right, one more, and then I'll tease you. Oh, great Bostonians. What else do you say on the scribe line?
802 texter.
Shout out
KJ.
to the people on Twitch as well.
Oh, yes. Yeah, you're on Twitch tonight,
I've
KJ.
got a really big head, and I got that Charlemagne mark on the side of my face. I got to get that fixed.
802 texter KJ, you're the first guy on the airwaves who has made any sense. Giannis today is not the MVP everyone still sees him as. Brown is better.
Well, I have to come up here and make sense. I couldn't be up here. I can't do the Pat McAfee act, you know. And then what do you mean it's 0.006 million a year you're giving me? What are you talking about? So, yeah, thank you for the nice words. I appreciate that. So, look, Joe Wild's here and is getting ready for a Red Sox preview. Okay, Joe, since we're talking Colorado, and I didn't play how high. I think that I've cheated the audience there. But again, think of sponsorships for these things, KJ. Tell me you don't feel like there's another cliff that the Red Sox could fall on, despite all the cliffs they've fallen off of so far.
Well, I was saying to Joe Braverman back there, it feels like we've kind of fallen a long way since 2007,
yeah.
You know, of years past. I think what's interesting, KJ, and we'll get into it in pregame, is actually the last time the Red Sox were in Colorado. Rafael Devers was batting fourth. He had 3 hits in that game. That was the famous Cal Quantrill, Reese McGuire game, too. And on top of that, what happened after the game? Alex Cora got an extension.
And what do you know now? Cora's gone. Devers is now being Devers somewhere else.
Lots changed.
In Miami. I guess maybe the Scots made him feel good about being in Miami. Joe, have fun. Enjoy yourself. And always good to see you, my man.
Good to see you too, KJ.
Tristan, thank you again, sir. Christian, thank you so much for letting me sit in here. Now I've got to determine whether I'm going to eat fast food or beg for someone to cook me food. And if it's fast food again, I will be dying a quicker and slower and faster death.
This Odyssey Sports broadcast is presented by ZipRecruiter. Find out why 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try it free at ZipRecruiter.com.
This is the Mass Mutual pregame show. Mass Mutual. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. Now, here's Joe Weil.
After taking 2 of 3 against the Seattle Mariners, the Red Sox begin their second leg of the road trip by taking on the MLB worst Colorado Rockies in the first of 3 at Coors Field in Denver. From the WEEI Red Sox studios in Brighton, I'm Joe Weil, and this is the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. We have a first pitch of 8:40 in Colorado, and it's our favorite duo of Wills on the call, Will Fleming and Will Middlebrooks. The Red Sox are now 6-6-1 in a road series this season, but we're now in our last full week of the month of June, and the Red Sox are 31-44, and there are just 4 teams with a worse winning percentage than the Red Sox. The Royals, the almost always dormant Angels, the Giants and their own Rafael Devers drama now, and these very Rockies who the Sox match up with tonight. And we kick off with today's opening take, which is brought to you by Fruity Rainbow 5-Hour Energy. Sip the fruity candy-coated chaos. And the Red Sox, they have no margin for error to not win this series. The Rockies are 30-48. And if you had to take a guess on who has the worst ERA in the sport, you'd probably guess the Rockies. And you would be right. The Rockies have a 5.53 ERA. That is the worst in Major League Baseball by far. No other team is within a half run, and it's even worse at home as they have a 5.93 ERA at Coors Field. And at 30-48, they're the only team with fewer wins in baseball than the Red Sox to this point. So there's no excuse for the Red Sox not to score, and taking 2 out of 3 at the very least feels like the minimum the Red Sox need to do at this juncture of the season. So that's the opening take, which is brought to you by Fruity Rainbow 5-Hour Energy. Sip the fruity candy-coated chaos. And the offense was there in the first 2 games of the Red Sox series in Seattle, but yesterday they ran into the buzzsaw that is Logan Gilbert. And while Peyton Tolley ultimately logged a quality start, the Mariners broke a 1-1 tie against him in the middle portion of that game. So here's the play of yesterday's game, brought to you by Nissan. Hurry in and bring home a winning deal at the Nissan Summer Sales Event. Now is the time to get behind the wheel of the Nissan Rogue, Pathfinder, and Frontier.
Pitch is a ground ball on the left side. Marcelo can't get it. The Mariners are going to go ahead. Wilson comes home to score. Duran throws home up the line, and it's 2-1 Seattle.
So a Cole Young RBI single in the 5th inning breaks the 1-1 tie. Seattle takes a 2-1 lead, and that was ultimately an 8-pitch at bat for Cole Young. Tolley went 6 innings. He allowed 6 hits and 3 runs while walking 2 and striking out 2. The Sox lone run came on a Nate Eaton solo home run in the 3rd inning, but the Sox had just 5 hits. So Boston falls in the finale against the Mariners by a score of 3-1. And now we bring you today's pitching matchup, which is brought to you by Town Fair Tire. For the best prices on tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody. It's the lefty, Jake Bennett, the rookie. He will make his 3rd start in a row since his most recent call-up from AAA Worcester. The Rockies have righty Ryan Feltner going on the other side. Bennett is 1-3 with a 4.79 ERA across 4 big league starts. He has gone at least 5 innings in each of his first 4 starts in the big leagues, but he's now lost his last 3 in a row. Last time he battled, he allowed just 2 runs in 5 1/3 innings of work, but it was as part of a loss to the Blue Jays. It's nice to see more strikeout stuff from him. He does have 9 strikeouts over his last 2 starts in the big leagues after just 4 over his first 2. We saw an uptick in strikeouts in the minors before his most recent call-up, so nice to see that translate, but now he has to deal with the very hitters-friendly Coors Field for the first time in his career. Feltner on the other side is 2-2 with a 5.05 ERA across 9 starts this season. He did labor in his last start, which was last Tuesday against the Cubs at Wrigley. He needed 104 pitches to get through 4 2/3 innings. He allowed 2 runs, while the rest of the bullpen actually pitched pretty well in that game for Colorado as part of a 5-2 Rockies victory. And Feltner, he is pitching pretty well since returning from the IL. He has a 3.87 ERA across 4 starts in his return from the IL. The thing about him, though, is that right-handed batters, they've done pretty well against him. They have an 873 OPS against him this season. Left-handed hitters have a 632 OPS against him thus far this season. Well, one member of the Colorado Rockies this season is a guy that we got to know and love over the last several years. That is Brennan Bernardino. Of course, he's now on the other side of this matchup, but for several seasons, he pitched as part of the Red Sox, became a beloved member of the bullpen, and he is now the star of the Baseball Isn't Boring 2-Minute Grill, presented by McFarland Energy, the region's most dependable provider of home heating oil, including BioHeat, as well as expert HVAC services at McFarlandEnergy.com. So here is our very own Rob Bradford talking with Brennan Bernardino.
Is it interesting to you how one team like the Rockies value the type of pitcher you are, whereas the Red Sox maybe say, hey, no, you don't have the 100-mile-an-hour T-shirt?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah. So I get, in my mind, I look and I go, if I was a GM and I was in so-and-so spot, I earn the right to pick the type of player that I want, right? So I don't shame them for it or anything like that. It's like, hey, you are in the spot where an organization puts you in charge, and you get to go with your gut of whatever you think makes the best pitcher that's going to make you the most wins in a season and a championship. So I totally get it. It was almost just like the relationship ran dry. Like, you know what I mean? It was like, oh, okay. You know, they want something else, and I was cool with that. And honestly, God works in mysterious ways, because he put me in an org where they're like, first thing first, they told me was like, hey, we don't care how hard you throw, dude. Like, we want you to get outs. And the name of the game is the more outs you can get.
I love that.
It was, I can't tell you how refreshing that conversation was, because I'm getting older. It's not like I'm going to start throwing harder the older I get. Hopefully I do, but, it was like, hey, we need you to go in there, soft contact, get outs, and punch guys when you could punch guys and limit walks. And I thought that was just like, okay, that's a whole nother view that I've been hearing as of recent,
I was just going to ask.
It sounds like I'm talking trash. I'm just saying. It's different.
No. I think that you phrased it the right way. Is that, first of all, good for you for saying, hey, look, this is their prerogative to think the way that they want to think. And I think there's a lot of effectiveness. There's no answers that are absolutely right. Other than that, just having that initial message, was there anything else that you noticed? Oh, this is interesting, what either they want me to do or what they're approaching with all the pitchers.
Yeah, so over here, so Alon Leichman, our pitching coach, I worked with him in 22. He was my first coach from when I signed with the Mariners out of Mexico. And this man's brilliant and understands pitching. And he was with me, per se. It was like, hey, we need a forcing. Like, you need something. And that's something I've been trying to add for a couple of years. And it's like, hey, let's look in on that four seam and have a pitch that you can ride up top. And we want to create a lot of different looks for hitters to see, so they can't just sit on one or two pitches, And he's like, the more pitches you have, the more they see, the less chance that they're going to square the ball up. And now I got 5 pitches. So I added a pitch. We tweaked my sweeper a little bit to get more vert on it. And that's for me. Now, he said something in camp that was really eye-opening to me. And he's like, hey, everybody here is different. Like, every pitcher we have in our bullpen right now, and I'm speaking of the bullpen, every pitcher we have in the bullpen right now is a different type of pitcher than the next guy. We're not going to make you all do this or you all do this. Like, we have you all here for a reason, because we like what you do that makes you unique. So we're going to build off that uniqueness, and then we're going to add, sprinkle this and sprinkle that. But he was looking at everybody as an individual. I thought that was huge.
All right, so that's Brennan Bernardino talking with our very own Rob Bradford. And Bernie has a 3.86 ERA this year with the Rockies across 36 appearances. Of course, he spent 3 years with the Red Sox from 2023 to last year, in which he pitched in 167 games. He's missed, a beloved member of this team for the last several seasons, but now he's across enemy lines with the Rockies. And you can watch the Red Sox pregame show on Twitch. Just follow WEEI. Brought to you by Subaru of New England. Subaru summer is finally here. Details at SubaruofNewEngland.com. And coming up in about 15 minutes, Will Fleming sits down with Red Sox manager Chad Tracy. And Chad Tracy on WEEI is brought to you by your New England Ford dealers. It's the final days to get employee pricing for all Ford, the official vehicle of Major League Baseball and that dirty water. That should be a very fun conversation, considering Chad Tracy's dad, Jim Tracy, was the manager of the Rockies from 2009 to 2012, took over on an interim basis in 2009, and led Colorado to the playoffs that season. Coming up next, though, we have Will Middlebrooks joining us from Coors Field. I'm Joe Wild. This is the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow.
The NBA season may be coming to an end, but the games are just beginning online. NBA The Run is a new, fast-paced 3v3 street ball game played above the rim and filled with posterizing jams, ankle-breaking tricks, and style. Bring your favorite NBA stars like SGA, Giannis, Steph, LaMelo, Luka, Jalen Brunson, and more to iconic street ball courts around the world in online knockout tournaments. Stack enough wins and you'll become the GOAT of the run. NBA The Run is out now for PlayStation 5, Xbox, and PC for $29.99.
I've been burned before. I was just repeating the same patterns. It turns out I had a type.
Workplaces everywhere are looking for love. And by love, we mean the easy way to order food at work. Easy Cater.
I thought ordering from great restaurants at work had to be complicated, but then I met Easy Cater. So many options, so flexible, and when I ordered for 50 gluten-free vegans without going over budget, I knew I'd found the platform I wanted to do life and lunch with.
Fall in love with Easy Cater. Start an order at easycater.com.
I Ice Cube's Big 3 is back. The most competitive basketball league on earth is on CBS this Saturday. Big 3 All-Star Dwight Howard and the LA Riot take on Greg Monroe and the Dallas Power. Then Coach Rick Mahorn, Sensation Nazir Kaur, and the Detroit Amps look to protect home court against back-to-back MVP Michael Beasley and the defending champs Miami 305. The game played the way you love. Watch live Saturday on CBS at 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific, and catch replays on BET. Oh, yay, yay!
Every home service job means another piece of paper. Quotes, invoices, checks, it piles up fast. With Jobber, everything is in one place, and businesses grow by an average of 44% in their first year. Less paper, more profit. Jobber.com.
To the Shaws and Star Market WEI Red Sox Radio Network.
The youngster swinging a high drive deep down the left field line toward the corner, back by the pole, and it is gone. A grand slam. A grand slam for Middlebrooks. It was fair by just a foot or so, and a 3-run homer, now a grand slam by Will Middlebrooks tonight, and the Red Sox have a 15-5 lead.
A little trip down memory lane to September 25th, 2013. A Will Middlebrooks 2-homer, 7 RBI performance at Coors Field. That was also Todd Helton's final home game at Coors Field as well. But the Red Sox won that night by a score of 15-5. They love a score like that tonight as well. Joe Weil with you inside the WEEI Red Sox studios, and this is the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. Obviously, that was Joe Castiglione, the Hall of Famer, on the call. Tonight on the call, we have Will Fleming and Will Middlebrooks. Brooksy joins us now from Coors Field. And, Will, cool to play that highlight, look back at that game that you had. But, you know, I can imagine when you're arriving here as a player, you're just licking your chops to swing the bat. How much fun was it to hit here?
Well, you're licking your chops to swing the bat, yeah, but you're also, as you lick your chops, you're trying to catch your breath. You know, you're in this elevation, and it takes a day or two to get used to. It really does. And, you know, you kind of already told the rest of that story of that game. I know you played the clip of the Grand Slam. I was 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts going into my 4th at bat, and the whole team was mashing, right? And I'm like, one of those days where you're just like, I just need a hit, right, to just save me. And I hit a 3-run homer to right, and I'm like, okay, day saved. Well, it stretched out. We scored some more runs. I get one more at bat. Roy Oswalt's on the mound. He throws me a slow breaker, a, like front leg Colorado altitude adjusted homer, I guess, right down the line. It's just one of those baseball days where you just got to keep grinding it out. And you said it. Todd Helton hit his last career homer in that game, and you know, I'm at third base watching that all go down, and it was off Jake Peavy, and I think Peavy was actually happy it was off him because that was his buddy. He grinded and battled against that guy his whole career, and he felt honored to give it up to him.
Yeah,
it was a pretty cool moment watching him around the bases, knowing that was probably his last one. And he did it in his first at bat at the bottom of the 2nd inning. It was pretty cool.
Yeah, a lot of good memories for Red Sox fans in Coors Field. Obviously, 07 a part of it as well with the World Series. But Will, what's the best advice you'd give to hitters at Coors? You just mentioned, you know, the elements in the part of it where you trying to catch your breath there, but I know you have to deal with the spin part of curves and the fact that it doesn't spin as much there. So what's the best advice you'd give to hitters?
Yeah, so it is interesting. So it's not that it spins less, but there's less, I guess, wind or drag because of the thin air. So typically breaking balls move less by like 20%. So the movements are just smaller. So things that are good here, four-seamers with the thin air kind of stay up above the zone. They can jump. So Bennett's stuff actually should play pretty good today because changeups are good, four-seams are good, cutters. Even four-seamers tend to cut. Guys will end up throwing cutter four-seamers that don't really have them. But the curveballs, the sweepers, pitches like that don't do well here. So it'll be something to watch with Sonny Gray tomorrow if he changes the way he goes about his outing, if it's a lot of cutters and four-seamers and changeups, which isn't like him. So he'll have to adjust. I mean, he's pitched here before. I think he's only had one outing here, but he pitched really well. So who knows? Maybe he has a way around it. But it's the outfield's massive, so that's something the outfielders have to figure out. There's a lot of singles that kind of dunk in over the infield because the outfielders have to play so deep to cover all the ground in the gap and the way the ball in the air flies. So it's a different game. It's almost like you're playing on the moon, and it's fun. and when you have a 3 or 4 run lead, you have to keep extending because you can score runs fast here.
We'll take some fun, especially with the way both these teams have been going this year. And Will, today does begin the 6-week countdown to the August 3rd trade deadline. And let's talk about the previous series here for a moment. Sox do take 2 out of 3, but they don't win that final game. But what was your takeaway overall of how they played in Seattle?
I like the approach we saw in the first two games, right? You saw like guys just moving the ball with runners in scoring position, putting the ball in play. You saw bases loaded, not trying to hit the ball 600 feet, just put the ball in play and let something good happen. There were a couple infield hits that scored runs, put the pressure on the defense. So that's good, right? And you're going up against some good arms. Which Seattle obviously always has a good staff, and they throw the ball well, and they challenge these guys, and they kind of just adapted as the game went on, and they saw the guy 2-3 times through, and they would make the adjustments, which we've seen from some of these players the last couple seasons, but not so much here in 2026. So I thought there were some positives to take away from that. You know, obviously you want to get the sweep because you need every win you can get right now. But you just hope you can come in here against a young Colorado team and take care of business.
Yeah, the Rockies 30-48. We're with Will Middlebrooks here. Sox versus Rockies, first of three from Coors Field. The Sox, especially in this very hitters-friendly environment, they love to get their 4 and 5 batters going. Duran 1 for his last 18, Contreras 2 for his last 22. Will, what have you seen from both those guys recently?
Well, Duran, he gets in these stages where he just can't lay off that fastball up. You know, and that's going to be tough. I told you the four-seamers stay up. They have more carry than normal up here at times. And then he can feel that, right? And when you feel like you're late and you're not catching up, you start your swing a little earlier than maybe you need to, or your eyes tell you you should swing at that point, and you are susceptible to the breaking balls down and in, which we've seen with 2 strikes. I'm not able to hold up because he's already started his swing. And then, you look up and down this lineup, Marcelo is a guy that at the bottom of the lineup, he's come up in a lot of big spots over the last couple weeks and not been able to come through. Obviously, he had a double off the RBI hit off the bag, but just not a lot of hard contact. There's been that one swing that stuck in my head in Seattle where he goes to left center, right? And you're going, okay, that's the guy. Like, that's him right there. That's who you need to see, because he hadn't done that since the first series of the year in Cincinnati, right? It's been everything just pull, weak ground balls. There's that one pitch, if it's a hanger, middle in he can get to, or fastball middle in he can get to, but pitchers aren't giving him that because you watch his swing and his direction of his body, and you know that's exactly what he's looking for. And opposing pitchers are just combating that with everything away from him, and he's not able to reach it right now.
Final thing, Will, before I let you go, I was just thinking about this prior to the game. It is kind of wild to think about how much has changed with this team since the last time they were in Colorado. If people don't remember that series, Alex Cora got an extension after the end of that series. Rafael Devers was in the middle of that lineup. Obviously, both those names in the headlines after what happened with Rafi on Sunday in Miami with the Giants. How wild is it to you just how much has changed over these last 2 years since their last series in Colorado?
Yeah, it's been really the last 5 years have been, it's like, doesn't feel the same as what you expect a roster for the Boston Red Sox to look like, right? They have what you love is they have this young core group of players, whether it's Cedon, Wilyer, Durbin's in that group now, Roman. There's all these young players that are going to be everyday players. They're going to be a part of the future of this team. But the best teams that the Red Sox have had that core group of guys that are young and upcoming and, in their first 3-4 years in the big leagues. But then they're supplemented with superstars and guys with 10-plus years, a proven resume at this level. And that just really hasn't happened, right? And you don't hold on to certain guys like Schwarber. Like, how do you let that guy go, right? That's one that people will, talk about for a while. Obviously, there's Mookie. Obviously, there's Bogarts. There's all these moves. But to your question, it's just been the last 5 years have been tough because you feel like they've been like a piece or two away every year, and you think you're going to get that piece in the offseason, and then just it doesn't happen. So there's a lot of frustration with that in the fan base, obviously.
Well, whatever year it is, I always enjoy going down memory lane with you, Will. So appreciate the time as always, and have a good time at Coors Field.
It was fun to listen to it. I appreciate you guys.
Of course. That is Will Middlebrooks. Again, he's got the call with Will Fleming tonight, Sox versus Rockies. Before we go any further, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification along the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
From the WEEI studios, 93.7 WEEI FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
All right, coming up next, Will Fleming sits down with Red Sox manager Chad Tracy, and that conversation is brought to you by your New England Ford dealers. I'm Joe Wild. This is the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow.
Since 1961, New Englanders have trusted one name to protect their homes and businesses: Warwick Tree Service. We blend 6 decades of experience with cutting-edge technology to handle even the most hazardous or hard-to-reach trees with surgical precision and minimal disruption. Our licensed arborists don't just remove trees, we provide the expert care and peace of mind that only comes from years in the field. Don't wait for the next storm. Visit warwicktree.com to schedule your free tree service assessment today. Warwick Tree Service. Safe, efficient, proven since 1961.
Blowing ad budget on metrics that look great till the CFO sees them, that's bull spend. And marketers are calling it out in Dashboard Confessions.
I remember telling my boss, it'll be good for the brand, when leads were slow. Yeah, it wasn't.
Cut the bull spend. LinkedIn lets you target by company, job title, and more. Advertise on LinkedIn. Spend $250 on your first campaign and get a $250 credit. Go to linkedin.com/campaign. Terms and conditions apply.
The 2026 Lincoln Aviator SUV turns a robust list of features into a world of premium experiences. Excite your drive with impressive horsepower and torque. Customize your comfort with available perfect position seats featuring 30 configurations. Make room for 2 more passengers with powerful third-row seats that can fold flat with the touch of a button. And immerse yourself in the finest expression of design and services with available elevated packages. Experience it for yourself by visiting your local Lincoln retailer.
The NBA season may be coming to an end, but the games are just beginning online. NBA The Run is a new, fast-paced 3v3 street ball game played above the rim and filled with posterizing jams, ankle-breaking tricks, and style. Bring your favorite NBA stars like SGA, Giannis, Steph, LaMelo, Luka, Jalen Brunson, and more to iconic street ball courts around the world in online knockout tournaments. Stack enough wins and you'll become the GOAT of the run. NBA The Run is out now for PlayStation 5, Xbox, and PC for $29.99.
The question isn't whether the world is changing. It's whether you'll be ready for it. At Arizona State University, your education is built around the careers of the future. You learn from renowned faculty and researchers who are driving their fields forward, not just teaching about it. It's why we're ranked #1 in innovation and #2 in employability among U.S. public universities. Future-proof your career. Explore more than 350 programs at asuonline.asu.edu. That's a degree better.
Ice Cube's Big 3 is back. The most competitive basketball league on earth is on CBS this Saturday. Big 3 All-Star Dwight Howard and the LA Riot take on Greg Monroe and the Dallas Power. Then Coach Rick Mahorn, Sensation Nazir Kaur, and the Detroit Amps look to protect home court against back-to-back MVP Michael Beasley and the defending champs Miami 305. The game played the way you love. Watch live Saturday on CBS at 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific, and catch replays on BET. Oh, yay, yay!
If you've been a Fry Electric customer, Hope Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling wants to say thank you. We're so glad you're here. Fry built a reputation on trust and taking care of its customers the right way. And now that Fry Electric is part of Hope Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, we want to assure you that sentiment doesn't change. At Hope, we believe in treating your home like our very own. So you'll see some new trucks and a new name, but the commitment to you stays the same. Hope Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling is now your one-stop shop for all your home service needs.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
What's going on? I'm Arch Manning, Viore athlete and college quarterback. Whether I'm running, training, traveling, or just unwinding at home, I love doing it in my core shorts from Viore. With a breathable boxer brief liner, they're quick to dry, super versatile, and stand up to even my most intense training sessions. Plus, they come in 3 inseams and a ton of colors. Ready to try a pair? Go to viore.com/arch and get 20% off at checkout. I think you're going to love them as much as I do. That's VUORI.com/arch. BostonRedSox.com/ARCH and get 20% off your first order. Exclusions apply. Visit the website for full terms and conditions. Not only will you receive 20% off your first purchase, but enjoy free shipping on any U.S. orders over $75 and free returns. Have a great day.
More often, just download the Odyssey app. Now, back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
And this is the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. Joe Wild with you inside the WEEI Red Sox studios as the Sox kick off a 3-game set against the Colorado Rockies. Boston 31-44 in last place in the AL East. The Rockies in last place in the NL West with a league worst record of 30-48. But of course, it is a return of a Tracy at Coors Field. Jim Tracy, Chad Tracy's dad, was the manager of the Rockies, first on an interim basis, then full-time, 2009 to 2012. And now, Chad Tracy, here with the Red Sox, interim manager of the team, but back at Coors Field. And before every game, we interview Red Sox manager Chad Tracy. And Chad Tracy on WEEI is brought to you by your New England Ford dealers. It's the final days to get employee pricing for all Ford, the official vehicle of Major League Baseball, and that dirty water. And here is our very own Will Fleming with Chad Tracy.
Rocky Mountain High at Coors Field with the manager of the Red Sox, Chad Tracy. And Chad, we're going to get into the finale in Seattle and all that happened in that game. But first, just a bit of reflection, because you got some ties to this city and this ballpark. I heard you talking to the writers about the 09 series. I will ask you about that in a minute. But just what about walking around this city and walking into this ballpark? What did that feel like?
It's just cool. It's like all the same stuff. You kind of come in. I walked over here today, and it just all comes back to you, the entrance, and I drove in the car with my dad numerous times into that same entrance, and just cool. Just a cool, really cool city, really cool downtown, beautiful ballpark was always one of my favorites. And then, but knowing just a lot of, what this place meant to him for 4 years, especially those first couple where the city was buzzing about the Rockies, so just a really a cool time for my dad, I know, and for me as well.
This is a great sports town, and forever it was Broncos, and then the Rockies kind of took this city by storm. Of course, the Red Sox sweep them in 07, and your dad takes over a couple years later. Nuggets now. But these people, I think on the East Coast, we think of it, it's like if you're not on I-95, you don't know anything about sports. These people are really into these Rockies.
Yeah, they're incredibly good sports fans, and even when the team struggles, they still come out. They still support the team, and when the team's doing well, let me tell you, I've been to a lot of different ballparks, and I remember coming to my dad, like there was that series in 09, there was a couple of hits where I was like, I don't know if I've heard a stadium louder. So it's just a really cool place.
You talked about 09 with the writers, and your Vit Torrealba hitting a double to right center that scores a couple to give him a lead. The place is vibrating. And then, 2 games in a row to the Phillies. Houston Street, who'd been great all year, blows a save. I'm interested in what it was like for you watching your dad deal with that disappointment, because that's like the ultimate lesson as a manager, right? You do everything right. You dial it up. You're all-star closers on the mound, and still it doesn't work out.
I think generally speaking, as baseball people that have been around a long time, like you're as a manager, your goal is to manage the game, deploy the pieces that you have at your disposal in the right spots, and understanding that it's baseball and sometimes things aren't going to work out, like how you have them scripted out, or how you have it thought out. So any baseball versus, it's disappointing, but at the same time, it's like you got the game where you wanted, and it didn't work. But yeah, he was very good about that. You had him right there, and came up short. But man, that's the series, the entire series, even dating into back to when they played in Philly, it was just a really fun series to watch.
Speaking of managing and getting your team right where you want them, there were a couple moments in yesterday's finale that it felt like you might have had a chance to do things differently and play small ball with guys in the bottom of your order. Can you talk through both Siegler and Marcelo not choosing to have them lay one down?
Yeah, Siegler already had a strike on him. It's not as easy, so he's still out there throwing really hard, and he's got a strike on him, and you got a lefty at the plate that can pull the ball. So it's the thought is let's if we can hook one to the right side here, we're still in the same spot, and we got the runner to second base on a wild pitch, I think it was, so we already had a strike on him. So it's there are times for it, and then there's other circumstances where you're like, it's just let him take a shot here to pull the ball in the hole and create something that way. And there's other times where it's very blatantly clear, like we have to put a bunt down right here. So when Siegler's in there too, with his bat versus righties, and we liked it. There was a day before where it was like we left him in there, didn't defend for him earlier to have him take one more lick against a right-handed pitcher. So we let him take that lick. So those things tend to present themselves fairly easily. And then there's other times where they're tough decisions. And you just got to roll with what you got.
Peyton, it was a very Tolley-like start. And, look, any GM in the game, any manager in the game would sign up for what he's done this season and the stuff that he has. I still think it's fair to talk about whether he needs to continue to develop and throw more secondary pitches. He had a great line in the end of the day yesterday, but where are you in terms of that next step for him?
Oh, he's definitely going to keep working on that, no question about it, and I think your question's probably born from, like, you see when the strikeout numbers are lower, and you see the big fastball, foul balls and things like that, right? So, he's come a long way with that. And that's always a conversation, is when do you deploy, the cutter he uses a ton. He uses that a lot to grab strikes. He can get in on righties. And then when do you deploy the changeup and the curveball, So, the fastball, because of how unique it is and how much it jumps, it's always going to be probably his main weapon. And now he has other pitches in his arsenal. None of those are as good as the fastball. But as he goes along here and learns, like, certainly you find spots where, like, where can I flip this in there? Where can I use this for a 2-strike put away, just to keep him off balance? And that's a daily conversation in between starts on how to use those weapons.
This Rockies team has had a really rough start again. They're a little hotter than they've been all year. I think they've won 4 of 7. They've hit home runs in 7 straight. What does your club need to do? Again, their pitchers will walk you a bunch. How do you balance the thin air, the desire to hit home runs, with the idea that you can just take your base and make a rally start?
Well, if you can get on base via walk and somebody hits a home run, it's a multiple run homer. That's the thing is, first of all, when you play here, there's a couple things. Like, one, if you grab a lead and you're up 3, extend it. Like, that's not a safe lead, right?
Never.
And if you're trailing 3-0 or 4-1, keep taking quality at bats, because the game can change in about 3 minutes here. So understanding, like, you got to keep pushing here. But I think, to your point, like, if and this applies everywhere, but definitely here, if somebody's going to walk you, like, accept the walk, get a couple of guys on there, and then somebody pops one with multiple people on, it's a 3-run homer instead of a solo. That's even more prevalent here than other places.
I think people talk about the home runs with reason, but the infield here is like a trampoline. Yeah. For whatever reason, they just there's no easy plays on the grass, on the dirt. They've tried the humidor. It's just a very hard place to pitch. How do you prepare somebody like Jake Bennett to encounter this environment?
Yeah, you have to be on the attack. You can't, to your point just a second ago, if you shy away from the environments and you're the one that ends up walking people, you put yourself in the exact situation we just talked about, where you're pitching with multiple people on, you're one swing away. The other thing is not just the infield, but outfielders tend to play deep here.
A lot of things drop in.
So the jam shots and the off the end of the bats that, a lot of times in other places, outfielders run in on and catch because it's a shallower outfielder. This place is huge, so there are a lot of hits that fall in front of outfielders that also create opportunities. So it's a hitter-friendly environment across the board. And I think it's important, to your point, you as a pitcher like Jake, you have to stay on the attack and see if you can get some early count outs and work ahead in the count.
How does this environment impact your decision processes in the dugout? Because you talk about no lead being safe. Are you more aggressive or less aggressive knowing that?
Maybe more, a bit of more. Depends on who you have up in the bullpen. I think you'd certainly consider, like, if it's, if they're, it's a 4-run lead, maybe you're using leverage guys, whereas in certain spots of that, you'd shy away from it. You may go to some of your setup leverage guys, even if you're down or if you're up 4, so we'll, Bales and I will keep talking about that just because what the environment's like.
Feels like Willier's about to hit 4 home runs these next 3 days. What say you?
I would love that. That would be great.
They come in bunches. It's time. Thanks,
right,
Chad.
You got it.
We'll certainly take it for Wilyer Abreu, who did get the day off yesterday, so it would be nice to see him in the 3-hole once again playing right field too. Just that. You can watch the Red Sox pregame show on Twitch. Just follow WEEI, brought to you by Subaru of New England. Subaru summer is finally here. Details at SubaruofNewEngland.com. Coming up next, we got Bradfo's Grab and Go, the starting lineups, lock of the game, and a Subaru of New England scoreboard update. I'm Joe Weil. This is the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow.
The NBA season may be coming to an end, but the games are just beginning online. NBA The Run is a new, fast-paced 3v3 street ball game played above the rim and filled with posterizing jams, ankle-breaking tricks, and style. Bring your favorite NBA stars like SGA, Giannis, Steph, LaMelo, Luka, Jalen Brunson, and more to iconic street ball courts around the world in online knockout tournaments. Stack enough wins and you'll become the GOAT of the Run. NBA The Run is out now for PlayStation 5, Xbox, and PC for $29.99.
As a parent, I want what's best for my kid. For her, that meant finding a charter public school that truly fit her needs. Specialized programming, more support, somewhere she feels safe. But too many families are still waiting for that opportunity. Politicians on Smith Hill want us to wait longer. Don't limit access to charter public schools. Tell Governor McKee and the General Assembly that you oppose the permanent charter ban. Parents, not politicians, should get to decide the right school for their child.
Paid for by Stop the Wait Rhode Island.
The question isn't whether the world is changing. It's whether you'll be ready for it. At Arizona State University, your education is built around the careers of the future. You learn from renowned faculty and researchers who are driving their fields forward, not just teaching about it. It's why we're ranked #1 in innovation and #2 in employability among U.S. public universities. Future-proof your career. Explore more than 350 programs at asuonline.asu.edu. That's a degree better.
Ice Cube's Big 3 is back. The most competitive basketball league on earth is on CBS this Saturday. Big 3 All-Star Dwight Howard and the LA Riot take on Greg Monroe and the Dallas Power. Then Coach Rick Mahorn, Sensation Nazir Kaur, and the Detroit Amps look to protect home court against back-to-back MVP Michael Beasley and the defending champs Miami 305. The game played the way you love. Watch live Saturday on CBS at 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific, and catch replays on BET. Oh, yay, yay!
What does running your business feel like with Avalara, the agentic AI platform for global tax and compliance? You don't hover over the submit button. You don't ask for a second opinion. You don't wake up thinking about a filing. Because Avalara's agentic AI handles it. Calculating, filing, validating. With the accuracy and audit defensibility your team can stand behind. Avalara, agentic AI tax and compliance with confidence.
Your Block Island getaway starts as soon as you board. Enjoy the ride and some fresh ocean air on our traditional or high-speed ferries from Point Judith.
Get out your leather jackets and poodle skirts for an electrifying all-new production of Grease at Theater by the Sea. Filled with high-energy dancing and all the iconic hit songs you love, Grease is the world's #1 favorite musical. Grab your friend, grab your tickets, and let the good times roll at Grease, June 25th through July 18th at Bill Haney's Theater by the Sea. Tickets at theaterbythesea.com.
What's going on? I'm Arch Manning, Viore athlete and college quarterback. Whether I'm running, training, traveling, or just unwinding at home, I love doing it in my core shorts from Viore. With a breathable boxer brief liner, they're quick to dry, super versatile, and stand up to even my most intense training sessions. Plus, they come in 3 inseams and a ton of colors. Ready to try a pair? Go to viore.com/arch and get 20% off at checkout. I think you're going to love them as much as I do. That's VUORI.com/ARCH and get 20% off your first order. Exclusions apply. Visit the website for full terms and conditions. Not only will you receive 20% off your first purchase, but enjoy free shipping on any U.S. orders over $75 and free returns. Have a great day.
After the game on 93.7 WEEI.
And this is the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. We are about 20 minutes out from Sox versus Rockies at Coors Field. Joe Weil with you inside the WEEI Red Sox studios. And it's time now for a grab and go presented by the Bees Knees Benefits app. Here's Brad Foe with an update on today's most important Sox news.
It's time for the grab and go. A quick look at the biggest Red Sox storylines of the day. Here's Rob Bradford.
All right, we're grabbing and going once again, and this time Red Sox are in Colorado. And last time they played a baseball game in Colorado, they lost 20-7. That day, of course, included a bench-clearing brouhaha, which after the game, some of the Red Sox tried to fight some of the Rockies. Also that day, Alex Cora agreed to a contract extension. And also that day, I smashed my face in the pavement, taking a scooter back to the hotel. In other news, Rockies have the worst record in baseball and the MLB worst negative 90 run differential. But they have just one fewer win than the Red Sox. Rockies also coming off a series they took 2 out of 3 against the Pirates, and they've also won 4 of their last 7 games while homering in 13 straight games going back to June 7th. Only the A's, Tigers, and Twins have more homers than the Colorado Rockies. The Rockies, as bad as they are in the win column, they are the 7th best batting average in MLB. So there's that. Hey, listen, this is all for all the marbles. Worst record in MLB, or least wins anyway. That's what's grabbing and going.
And Bradfo's Grab and Goes are presented by the Bees Knees Benefits app. Make it part of every game day and get 50 cents off per gallon on your first fill up or $5 off in store. Download the Bees Knees Benefits app today and start saving. Terms apply. And by the way, the update on Bradfo's face, it has fully recovered. Let's get you today's starting lineups. We start with the Red Sox. Mickey Gasper is the catcher. And by the way, today's starting lineups brought to you by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. So as we meet tonight's players, Gasper in the leadoff spot is the catcher. Cedar Rafaela in center. Wilyer Abreu in right. Wilson Contreras at first. Jaron Duran in left. Caleb Durbin at third. Masataka Yoshida the DH. Anthony Siegler at second. Marcelo Meyer the shortstop. And Jake Bennett on the mound for the Sox. The 9 for the Rockies. Willie Castro the second baseman. Tyler Freeman in right. TJ Rumfield at first. Hunter Goodman the catcher. Colt Carrig is in center field. Jake McCarthy in left. Braxton Fulford is the DH. Ezekiel Tovar the shortstop. And then it's Kyle Karros rounding out the 9 as the third baseman, with Ryan Feltner, the right-hander, on the mound. Bennett 1-3 with a 4.79 ERA. Feltner 2-2 with a 5.05 ERA this season. It's time now to bring you the lock of the game, presented by Interlock Metal Roofing. Visit interlockroofing.com and never re-roof again. I'm going with Caleb Durbin at plus 100 odds on FanDuel for 2+ total bases tonight. He's got a 319 average over his last 20 games with a 940 OPS, coming off a great series against Seattle in which he went 7 for 11 in that 3-game set against the Mariners. So again, Durbin at plus 100 odds on FanDuel for 2 or more total bases tonight. That is my lock of the game. And it's time now for a Subaru of New England scoreboard update. Subaru summer is finally here. Details at SubaruofNewEngland.com. Looking at games in the division, the Yankees right now down against the Tigers in Detroit, 5-3, bottom of the 7th inning. Garrett Cole allowed 9 hits and 5 runs in 4 1/3 innings of work. The Rays right now are down against the Royals by a score of 2-1 at the Trop. That's through 7 innings. And then the Blue Jays are at home against the Astros. It's a 1-1 game, top of the 4th inning in Toronto. You have been listening to the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. Big thank you to the executive producer of Red Sox baseball, Joe Braverman. I'm Joe Weil. Hang tight. Will Fleming and Will Middlebrooks have the call of Sox versus Rockies from Coors Field coming up next on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
You've been listening to the Mass Mutual Red Sox pregame show. Mass Mutual. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. The Red Sox are coming up next on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Folks across Rhode Island think K-12 is on the wrong track, which means it's the wrong time to limit families' educational options. But powerful special interests are pushing a bill to permanently ban new charter public schools. Nearly 9 out of 10 voters say a candidate's stance on K-12 education will influence their vote in September, and the vast majority want candidates who stand up for more charter public school options. Tell Governor McKee and the General Assembly that you oppose the permanent charter ban. Paid for by Stop the Wait Rhode Island, stopthewaitri.org.
With Squarespace, you can turn any idea into a reality. That means that when you make a website with Squarespace, you can turn your solo birdwatching walks into a booked-out tour seeking the rarest species, or your backyard band practice into sold-out shows and sold-out merch, and your smoothest ski skills into a slope school for beginners. When you make a website with Squarespace. Squarespace, a website makes it real. Use offer code MAKEITREAL for 10% off your website or domain.
Bring on the fun and bring home a new Honda with a great deal on your favorite Honda vehicles. And finally, take that road trip you've been dreaming of. Now's the time to check out the Honda Civic and HR-V from Honda, the 2026 KBB.com Best Value brand. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 5.49% APR on a 2026 Civic.
See dealer for financing details. Exclude Civic Si and Type R. Based on 2026 Consumer Choice Awards from Kelley Blue Book. Visit KBB.com for more information.
For the heavy-duty Mondays, the action-packed Sundays, and everything in between, only Blue Dev products are triple filtered and guaranteed pure to keep your diesel truck running strong. And Blue Dev Platinum helps prevent deposits before they create problems, so nothing stands between you and the day, wherever it takes you. Count on America's #1 diesel exhaust fluid. Blue Dev and Blue Dev Platinum. Guaranteed for what drives you.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Blowing ad budget on metrics that look great till the CFO sees them, that's bull spend. And marketers are calling it out in Dashboard Confessions.
I remember telling my boss, it'll be good for the brand, when leads were slow. Yeah, it wasn't.
Cut the bull spend. LinkedIn lets you target by company, job title, and more. Advertise on LinkedIn. Spend $250 on your first campaign and get a $250 credit. Go to linkedin.com/campaign. Terms and conditions apply.
The 2026 Lincoln Aviator SUV turns a robust list of features into a world of premium experiences. Excite your drive with impressive horsepower and torque. Customize your comfort with available perfect position seats featuring 30 configurations. Make room for 2 more passengers with powerful third-row seats that can fold flat with the touch of a button. And immerse yourself in the finest expression of design and services with available elevated packages. Experience it for yourself by visiting your local Lincoln retailer.
The NBA season may be coming to an end, but the games are just beginning online. NBA The Run is a new, fast-paced 3v3 street ball game played above the rim and filled with posterizing jams, ankle-breaking tricks, and style. Bring your favorite NBA stars like SGA, Giannis, Steph, LaMelo, Luka, Jalen Brunson, and more to iconic street ball courts around the world in online knockout tournaments. Stack enough wins and you'll become the GOAT of the run. NBA The Run is out now for PlayStation 5, Xbox, and PC for $29.99.
Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. This is Red Sox Baseball.
Can you believe it?
On the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
It is gone! Say done! Say good night! Swing and a miss, strike three, it's over! And the Red Sox win! Jump on his back, fellas, the Red Sox win!
The Red Sox on WEEI are brought to you by Shaws and Star Market, the official supermarket of the Red Sox Radio Network. Citgo. Download the Club Citgo app now and instantly save 23 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. Subaru of New England. Don't miss the Subaru of New England A Lot to Love event.
23-year-old Clay Buchholz has no-hit the Baltimore Orioles.
Nissan. Shop your local Nissan store and NissanUSA.com. Arbella. Here for good. Cars for Kids. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Ford Trucks, official truck of the Boston Red Sox. Sponsored by Town Fair Tire. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody. 110 Grill. Visit any of their 33 locations all throughout New England. McFarland Energy, the region's most dependable provider of home heating oil delivery, as well as expert HVAC services.
Way back by the wall! Off the wall, the Red Sox win!
Jeffrey Glassman Injury Lawyers, Boston's go-to injury attorney for over 30 years. Timber Tech Decking and Railing. Everything wood should be. Visit timbertech.com. Dig Safe. Click digsafe.com or call 811 before you dig.
Way back! Grand Slam!
Interlock Metal Roofing. Visit NewEnglandMetalRoofing.com and never re-roof again. North Shore Adult Diapers. For even the heaviest control problems, visit NorthShore.com. Veterinary Emergency Group. Sponsored by Veg. ER for Pets. The official emergency veterinarian group of Red Sox Radio. Now, with all the play-by-play action, here's Will Fleming and Will Middlebrooks.
On a Rocky Mountain high at Coors Field in Denver, Colorado, the Boston Red Sox begin the second leg of this 6-game, 2-city West Coast swing against one of the downtrodden teams in the National League. Red Sox winners of 2 of 3 against the Seattle Mariners hand the baseball today to Jake Bennett. And on the other side for the Rockies, they have pitched poorly, and they have really been in a funk all season long. Ryan Feltner takes the ball for the Rocks. Along with Will Middlebrooks, I'm Will Fleming, welcoming you to one of the great cities in America, yet again, Denver, Colorado. And Brooksy, a little disappointment yesterday for the Red Sox. They had chances, they did not cash them in. But they start anew here, and this place is so different. It cannot be overstated how wild games can get here. Both these teams are not where they want to be. The Rockies have not invested in their team. The Red Sox have lost their way a little bit in terms of star power, but these two clubs will play in an environment that is unlike any that Boston will encounter all year.
Yeah, this is one that takes time to get used to. Normally, at least the game here, just because of the altitude, it's hard to catch your breath. The ball flies different. Your pitches move different. We'll get into that as the game goes on. I'll explain it a little bit to you.
Are you a guy who's benefited from a lot of those home runs and the altitude here in Colorado? Anthem now brought to you by Ace Ticket. Ace Ticket always has the best deals on the Red Sox and all your favorites in sports and entertainment. Visit aceticket.com or call 1-800-MY-SEATS.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join them by singing along to our national anthem.
Stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
It is a glorious Denver night as the Boston Red Sox and the Colorado Rockies hook up for Game 1 of a 3-game series. Cub Scouts behind home plate as the Sox in the road Grays line the third baseline, and Boston looking to continue what has been so far a successful West Coast road trip. Jake Bennett gets the ball tonight. Will Middlebrooks for the Boston Red Sox. And as a young guy coming up, came over in a trade from the Washington Nationals, this is not the place you want to come back to and start in. What a test it is for him tonight.
Yeah, it is. And when you start looking at what pitches do well here, which pitches don't, breaking balls, so sweepers, curveballs, those type pitches, they don't break as much, and they've even measured it's about 20% less movement. So you'll see guys like Sonny Gray tomorrow maybe pitch a little differently. Four-seamers are good. They don't come down as much, so they can stay up above bats. Change-ups are good, so that works in Bennett's favor because those are his 2 pitches he uses more than anything.
How about the Rockies' offense? I mean, they've got guys who hit home runs, which is a byproduct of this ballpark, this environment. The Red Sox, as we know, there's no Story, there's no Anthony. They are down a little bit in terms of power, but what does the Rockies' offense challenge Bennett with?
Well, the challenge is they're young and they're inexperienced. When you look at runs scored per game, they're about middle of the pack, 15th, 16th in baseball. A big part of that, to your point, home games you play here, ball flies, but not only that, the outfield is massive. It's 350 down into the corners, down the line, so the outfield is much bigger. There's more rooms in the gaps, which means the outfielders play deeper, and a lot of singles can drop in, so they can hit as far as average goes. But they're young and they're inexperienced. I think they're aggressive early in counts, and you can take advantage of that.
I do think one of the subplots of this series is that the Red Sox have an outfield built for this ballpark. Yes. I mean, they will catch almost anything that's in the air, and that translates to the Rockies offense? Are they aware of whether the Red Sox are going to run down anything that doesn't go over the wall? And similarly, are the Red Sox base runners aware of the fact that, pop-ups behind the infield a lot of times fall in for hits?
Yeah, the outfielders have to play deep. Like I told you, this is a big outfield. The ball also hangs in the air a lot longer. It goes higher, so you have more time to get to those. It's those low bloopers that you see outfielders come in and dive for, make plays. Normally, they can't get to those just because there's so much space and not enough time to get to it. So my biggest thing I'm watching is with the altitude, it's hard to breathe. The first day or two here, it's a real adjustment for players coming in off the road.
I mean, after 5,000 steps today, I needed to get back to the hotel.
Yeah, it was actually hot here today too, but it cools off at night. It's nice.
Altitude and heat are a real combination. By the way, lest we forget, this is such a cool thing for Chad Tracy. He is at home plate right now, exchanging the lineup cards. By the way, how did the Colorado Rockies not send a private jet to Wisconsin to get Jim here to take out the lineup card for them? That's the kind of thing that the Red Sox would accomplish. But either way, for Chad Tracy, what must be going through his mind as a 24-year-old young man in pro ball? He told us before the game today, he rode the buses through the same entrance he came in today for those playoff games in 2009 and 2010. What a cool sort of full circle moment this is for him.
Well, I mean, we've talked about him and the way he sees the game through his eyes, the way he runs a ball game as a big league manager, all that comes from his dad. Obviously, he has a ton of experience playing through the minor leagues for a long time, coaching in AAA. He has his own style, but he also, a lot of that style is shaped by his father. People forget his father was the NL Manager of the Year in 2009. He was here until 2012, spent a little time here, but such a special time for him to be here, and I'm sure he's feeling the feelings.
The Rockies fired Clint Hurdle that year and brought Jim in, and they just went on an incredible run. The one thing about being here, the Rockies franchise truly, for the better part of a decade, has been a total dumpster fire. They have not invested. They have not managed this team well. Now, they overhauled their front office big time. They brought in Paul DePodesta, and they have tried very hard to kind of catch up and modernize. And there are some signs that is happening. Yeah. But it's an amazing kind of fall from grace for the Rocky fan. This place is going to be half full tonight. It's wild to see how far they've come and fallen from the years that Jim Tracy managed here and even years beyond when they made the World Series in 2007.
Yeah, well, if you win games, people come. It's simple as that, especially in a place like this. Boston, New York, people come from all over the place to visit those stadiums. This is a beautiful place. This stadium's unbelievable, and you feel like baseball's almost a better place when they have a good team here. It just hadn't been the case for a long time.
Injury Report is brought to you by CVS. CVS knows that where you get your medicine matters. That's why CVS is by your side right when you need the most. Welcome to CVS, the official pharmacy of the Boston Red Sox. There's not a lot to report on the injury front. Romy Gonzalez, Nick Sogard continue to progress, but no word on Roman Anthony, no word on Garrett Crochet. So sort of status quo for the Red Sox as Feltner takes them out. Will, how about tonight's starting lineups?
Lineups brought to you by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. For the Boston Red Sox, leading off, Mickey Gasper. He'll do the catching tonight, followed by Cedon Rafaela. He'll be in center field batting second. Batting third will be Wilyer Abreu. He'll be in right field. Wilson Contreras, as always, in the cleanup spot at first base, followed by Jarren Duran. He'll bat fifth and play left. Caleb Durbin will play third and bat sixth. Batting seventh will be Masataka Yoshida. He'll be the DH. Anthony Siegler will bat eighth and play second base. Marcelo Meyer will be in the 9 hole and play shortstop. For the Colorado Rockies, Willie Castro will play second base and lead off. Batting second, Tyler Freeman. He'll be in right. Batting third, TJ Rumfield. He'll play first base. In the cleanup spot, Hunter Goodman having a good year, 21 homers. Kind of an all or nothing guy. Swings and misses a lot, but has a ton of pop. Batting fifth, Cole Carrick. He'll be in center field. Very good arm. He can cover some ground out there in center. Jake McCarthy, the speedster. He'll bat sixth and play left. Braxton Fulford will be the DH and bat seventh. Batting eighth, Ezekiel Tovar will play short. And batting ninth, Kyle Karros will play third. That's your Morgan & Morgan starting lineups, Willie.
It is crazy. You come into the NL West with a team like the Rockies, and you just read a lineup, and honestly, before you do your work before the game today, there are 2 or 3 guys you've ever heard of before. And they're in this behemoth NL West division. It is a high Rocky Mountain to climb for these Colorado Rockies to make themselves relevant again.
Their third baseman, you know him because of his father.
I do.
Eric Karros.
Here we go as the Red Sox and the Rockies are ready to go. You've been great on your Mafre feelings. We asked you about that after the first pitch to Mickey Gasper. Mafre feeling brought to you by Mafre Insurance. Peace of mind. That's the Mafre feeling. Visit MafreInsurance.com. Mickey Gasper leads it off in the road grays. The pitch to him is low and outside. And we are underway in Denver. 6:41 first pitch. 89 degrees in Denver. Beautiful scene for a ball game. The 1-0 to Mickey is inside. That is a fastball. The Rockies will walk you. I mean, their pitching staff issues a ton of walks, and I think that's part of the challenge for this offense in this series, because you're drooling at the mouth ready to hit here. 2 to Mickey is low, and a great start, 3-0.
I'll tell you my Mafre feeling. It's Wilyer Abreu. I like the matchup here.
When you and I agree on that, it scares me a little bit. 3-0. Here's the pitch. And it's high ball for great stuff from Gasper. A 4-pitch walk, and you can tell from the sound in this ballpark and also just walking around town, there were so many Red Sox shirts and jerseys. So a leadoff walk, and here comes Cedon. Yeah, with the high altitude, Wilyer hit the home run before the day off yesterday. I'm with you. I think he could have an enormous series here. Here now, Cedon, right-handed hitter. Pitch to him is the first strike of the game. Cedon comes in. 286, 7 homers, 32 driven in. Gasper leading away at first. Feltner throws, and Cedon takes a ball. And it is 1-1. Feltner, as we said, he's a lot like many of these Rockies pitchers where you don't blame him, but it's hard to pound the strike zone. 16 walks in 41 innings.
Well, they have the highest team ERA by a lot, by over half a run.
1-1. Here's the pitch. And it's grounded to third. Might be a double play to second for one wide throw. Throw to first is in time. No good from Cedon. 5-4-3, and they're 2 away.
Yeah, he took a first pitch slider right down the middle. You get that. He just walked Gasper in 4 straight pitches. He got a sinker top of the zone right there. I think he was thinking it was 4-seamer, went up to get it. That little bit of late movement got under the barrel. See that 2-hopper to third base.
That's a really disappointing at bat. Time and Temp brought to you by Plymouth Rock Auto and Home Insurance, made for Boston sports fans. PlymouthRock.com/Red Sox. All right, here's Middlebrooks' Mafre feeling. Already Feltner is shaking off his catcher, who's in a crouch. The pitch to Wilyer is a ball a little bit high.
Yeah, Wilyer's looked good. Last 8 games, 5 extra base hits, 7 driven in. You said the 2-run homer a couple days ago, which was a big one to center field.
That was an absolute bomb in Seattle. 1-0 is a strike on the outside corner. 2 down, top 1. Defensive alignment brought to you by James Hardy. Hardy Siding is America's #1 brand of siding. Pitch to Wilyer is inside. He looks very comfortable. Good take there. And it's 2-1.
I know our listeners can't see it, but did you see how that curveball just kind of hung and spun and just almost looked like cutterish? There's a lot of curveballs like that just won't break.
We're going to talk about that a lot these next 3 days. 2-1 to Wilyer. Here's the pitch, and it's down and in. It makes me think about people like Jaron Duran and others who can't handle, or rather Marcelo Meyer, who have a tough time with spin. Maybe things flatten out, you can do damage.
I hope so. 4 seams ups have been an issue as well.
3-1 is outside ball for So. Feltner has walked 2. Looked like he wanted very little. Are the Rockies challenging? That looked outside to me, Will.
Yeah, it's close, but I think it was off.
Yeah.
Oh, a seam.
To be honest with you, I'm kind of okay with it. Give Wilyer one more pitch in swing mode.
Got any whiteout? No, OB does next door.
Spilled all over the desk. This is why I have the Apple Pen.
Yeah, well, we'll make as much money as you.
lies abound in Colorado. So 3-2 with 2 down, and the base is empty. Abreu has another look here at Feltner. Rockies in the purple tops, above white pants. Sox in the road grays. Here's the 3-2. And it is low, ball 4. They will not challenge that one. You don't need whiteout.
Scorecard is alive. Let's go. I didn't want to say it and jinx it. I was like, come on, please throw a ball.
You have beautiful penmanship, and it's small. Like, I cannot operate on those because the boxes are so small.
I hate when they are. I meant to get a big scorebook for the season, and once I was already like a month in, I was like, I don't want to start a month in. I'll wait till next year.
He'd be spending a month filling in the previous games. Here's Wilson Contreras, who takes a strike on the outside corner. And it's 0-1. Wilson has not looked like himself. He's been as potent a hitter as the Red Sox have had, but he's in a little bit of a slide lately. Pitch to him is down and in. 282. He's got 16 home runs to pace the Red Sox with 44 runs driven in. It was actually a slider that missed away from him, but 1-1. Crowds the plate as always with Duran on deck. 1-1. The pitch is a sawed-off swing. Awkward there on a fastball. 1-2.
Yeah, that fastball the four-seamers will do that. You see it out of the hand. You think it's top of the zone, and it just takes off. It just does not come down because of the thin air here.
You told us that before the game. 1-2. Pitch is popped up in a shallow right field. And on the run, able to easily make the play, is the Rocky right fielder Tyler Freeman. Loses his hat in the process, but the inning is over. The Red Sox walk twice but don't score. Jake Bennett to the mound. Scoreless game in Denver. On the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Folks across Rhode Island think K-12 is on the wrong track, which means it's the wrong time to limit families' educational options. But powerful special interests are pushing a bill to permanently ban new charter public schools. Nearly 9 out of 10 voters say a candidate's stance on K-12 education will influence their vote in September, and the vast majority want candidates who stand up for more charter public school options. Tell Governor McKee and the General Assembly that you oppose the permanent charter ban. Paid for by Stop the Wait Rhode Island, stopthewaitri.org.
The NBA season may be coming to an end, but the games are just beginning online. NBA The Run is a new, fast-paced 3v3 street ball game played above the rim and filled with posterizing jams, ankle-breaking tricks, and style. Bring your favorite NBA stars like SGA, Giannis, Steph, LaMelo, Luka, Jalen Brunson, and more to iconic street ball courts around the world in online knockout tournaments. Stack enough wins and you'll become the GOAT of the run. NBA The Run is out now for PlayStation 5, Xbox, and PC for $29.99.
Ice Cube's Big 3 is back. The most competitive basketball league on earth is on CBS this Saturday. Big 3 All-Star Dwight Howard and the LA Riot take on Greg Monroe and the Dallas Power. Then Coach Rick Mahorn, Sensation Nazir Kaur, and the Detroit Amps look to protect home court against back-to-back MVP Michael Beasley and the defending champs Miami 305. The game played the way you love. Watch live Saturday on CBS at 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific, and catch replays on BET. Oh, yay, yay!
When uptime matters and every mile counts, smart fleets choose Valvoline. Our heavy-duty engine oils are engineered to extend drain intervals, reduce wear, and protect against extreme temperatures, helping you reduce total cost of ownership. From long hauls to tough conditions, Valvoline has kept equipment running stronger, longer, for over 150 years. Because we're more than just engine oil. We're partners in performance.
Ask your smart speaker to play 93.7 WEEI. Now, back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
Jake Bennett on the mound against Willie Castro. First pitch is skied into left field. Duran freezes, comes in, and he's there to make the play with a little back pedal. 1-1 pitch for Jake Bennett. It's crazy, Will. We opened the broadcast talking about this, and it's just the bottom line. Everything is different here. Swing from Contreras, reads from outfielders. Everything is impacted by the altitude and the air here in Colorado as Tyler Freeman digs in. Right fielder, 268 with 3 home runs. They've got a bunch of hot hitters, these Rockies do. He's one of them. The pitch is a little bit high for a fastball, 1-0.
Yeah, Freeman's on a 16-game on-base streak. During that span, he's hitting over 300, 304. He's been swinging it well.
And they've won 4 of 7. I mean, they're way down, this Rockies organization. But again, they're trying their best to modernize and overhaul. Hunter Goodman, the all-star a year ago, has had a good year. The pitch to Freeman, swing and a miss. And it was really good spin there on a cutter from Bennett, and it's 1-1.
Yeah, cutters play. Breaking balls, not so much.
1-1. That is just outside. Why is that?
Well, the air's so thin, there's less, I guess you can call it, resistance on the seams.
You can call it drag. People will not get on you.
Drag.
The air rips off the seams of a baseball and makes it break. Here is the next one from Bennett. It's popped up again into left field. Duran, almost in the exact same square in the outfield, is there to make play, 2 down.
Yeah, so the pitches that are good here, 4-seamers stay up above barrels. They can stay up and have that rising effect. Change-ups, good effect. They'll still have good movement. Everything seems to cut. 4-seamers have a little cut to it for whatever reason, so cutters are good. And then the slider that's really come on the scene the last couple of years, the gyro slider, bullet slider, whatever you want to call it, it seems to have some good downward movement.
Here's another one of their hot hitters, TJ Rumfield, left-hander, rookie, and Bennett is dotting it up early. Strike on the outside corner. He homered yesterday, did Rumfield, his 12th of the year. 279 with 12 homers and 42 driven in. 842 OPS. Outstanding, the 0-1. He is a little bit high, fastball, and it's 1-1. Of course, anytime we come here, it hurts me that Trevor Story's not in a Red Sox uniform. He became a star in this ballpark. 1-1. To Rumfield. Pitch is a strike on the outside corner, and it's 1-2.
Yeah, Rumfield, he's been good. 5-game RBI streak. Hitting 357, 10 extra base hits, 13 RBIs over his last 11. You said he's hot. I'd say so.
Warren Schaefer is the full-time manager now of the Colorado Rockies. He pulled a Chad Tracy a year ago. 1-2 with 2 down, and the base is empty. The pitch is swung on and missed. Cutter, awesome pitch by Bennett. It's excellent swing and miss stuff in the first inning. To the second we go, no score. The Red Sox will have Duran, Durbin, and Massa on the Shaws and Star Market, WEI Red Sox Radio Network.
What's going on? I'm Arch Manning, Viore athlete and college quarterback. Whether I'm running, training, traveling, or just unwinding at home, I love doing it in my core shorts from Viore. With a breathable boxer brief liner, they're quick to dry, super versatile, and stand up to even my most intense training sessions. Plus, they come in 3 inseams and a ton of colors. Ready to try a pair? Go to viore.com/arch and get 20% off at checkout. I think you're going to love them as much as I do. That's VUORI.com/ARCH and get 20% off your first order. Exclusions apply. Visit the website for full terms and conditions. Not only will you receive 20% off your first purchase, but enjoy free shipping on any U.S. orders over $75 and free returns. Have a great day.
I never thought of myself as the type to settle down. Never knew where the team's next lunch was coming from. But then I met you, Easy Cater.
Workplaces everywhere are saying, I do want delicious food at work. And they're ordering from beloved restaurants with Easy Cater.
You were reliable. You had great options for every budget, even when marketing ops did keto again. We got through that together. With you, it's just so easy. Easy Cater, will you keep showing up at my workplace forever?
Find love at first lunch. Order at easycater.com.
As a parent, I want what's best for my kid. For her, that meant finding a charter public school that truly fit her needs. Specialized programming, more support, somewhere she feels safe. But too many families are still waiting for that opportunity. Politicians on Smith Hill want us to wait longer. Don't limit access to charter public schools. Tell Governor McKee and the General Assembly that you oppose the permanent charter ban. Parents, not politicians, should get to decide the right school for their child.
Paid for by Stop the Wait Rhode Island.
Hi, this is Jaron Duran. You're listening to the home of the Red Sox, WEEI.
Jaron Duran leads it off for the Red Sox as we go to the top of the second. He squares to bunt, takes it back, and a strike at the top of the zone. I don't think he has any intention of bunting there. He has had success in his career when he bluffs bunts and then swings away later.
Sometimes guys do that. It almost lowers their eye level and they see the ball a little better.
0-1 is ripped. Just fouled on the third base side, and it's 0-2.
The Arbella Insurance Foundation dedicated to striking out cancer by supporting the Jimmy Fund. For every strikeout from a Red Sox pitcher during the 2026 season, the Arbella Insurance Foundation will donate $50 to the Jimmy Fund. Here for the Jimmy Fund, here for good.
Duran, Durbin, and Yoshida for the Red Sox in this inning. Pitch is a check swing. Did he go? No. Wow. That was very close. Jaron is 1 for his last 18.
It's been a bad go for him. Chasing a lot of fastballs up and then curveballs down below. Just held up on that one.
His season's been wild. It's kind of in 3 portions.
Extremes.
1 and 2. Pitch is a ground ball on the right side. The second baseman Castro's got it. He throws to first in time. And there's 1 away.
See what, Jaron getting down the line. Love to see that, right? Sometimes it's you get in the big league level, guys have been around a little bit. They're frustrated. You hit a ground ball, you're out, and you just kind of jog down the line. He was getting after that. They just got him by a step.
We had a quick chat with him before the game. He is super frustrated, but you'd never know it from watching that play. All right, here's Caleb Durbin. Pitch to him is a chopper over the head of the third baseman, Karros, into left field, a base hit, and Durbin's thinking about it. He's around first and a second. Head first slide. You love it from Caleb Durbin. Again, the trampoline infield here benefits Caleb, and the hustle man is into second base with a 1-out double.
So when you're hot, you're hot. Goodness. Fastball up and in. Hits it right into the ground. You said it kind of can trampoline at times with the elevation. Yeah, I mean, it gets hot up here. You're obviously a lot closer to the sun. The ground gets a little hard, even with the water. Saw it right there. Work out in his favor.
That's the crazy thing about this place is that it's not only the outfield that you hit bombs, but the infield is so hard and fast. Here's Massa, who takes a breaking ball down and in for ball 1. We have been here and seen some utterly majestic home runs hit by left-handed bats, and Massa is a candidate to do that here in Denver. No score, 1 down. Pitch is up and in. Feltner has not had his command early. Massa is the 7th batter, brought to you by Jeffrey Glassman Injury Lawyers. Hurt in a car work accident, you got to get Glassman. 6-1-7 and then 7-7. The 2-0 is strike at the top of the zone. Don't you think, even though Feltner is wobbling big time with his command, this is the kind of ballpark where you're more likely to green light guys?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the ball just it's like playing on the moon sometimes. I mean, the ball just flies. And I know they have the humidor, and which that affects the baseball and how hard it is, and to combat it a little bit, but it doesn't matter.
2-1 to Massa. The pitch is swung on a miss. Now that was a good changeup. Massa over the top of it, and it's 2-2. Second inning brought to you by Amvutra. Ask your doctor about Amvutra and visit amvutra.com. Yoshida 247, and he tries to check his swing and does. All right. That was a curveball in the dirt, and now the count is full.
I think we're going to see Feltner pitch backwards. I mean, his fastball command is not good. He's missing all over the place with it. He's going to tons of sliders, curveballs, and changeups.
3-2. At least the first time seeing a guy, that strikes me as kind of an uncomfortable way to hit. 3-2 is down and in, and Massa draws the 3rd Red Sox walk of the game. And here comes Anthony Siegler.
A walk brought to you by North Shore Adult Diapers. For even the heaviest control problem, visit northshore.com.
He's had some control problems big time. And here now Siegler. What a spot for him. Kid who born in Arizona. Here's the pitch. Is driven into right field, but it hangs up. That is a really good swing, but it is just right into the defense, caught out there by Freeman, and they're 2 away.
That's a really good swing. Unfortunately, just right at the right fielder. That was another off-speed pitch, curveball just below the zone. But Siegler went down and got it, but a good swing on it.
Born in Arizona, spent most of his life in Georgia, but a little trip back to his side of the country. Here is Marcelo Meyer. Boy, could he use a big hit right here. 2-on-2 out the pitch is a chopper on the left side, backhanded by the shortstop Tovar. On the run, he throws to first in time, and the inning is over. Marcelo Meyer's offensive travails continue. We go to the bottom of the second. No score in Colorado on the Shaws and Star Market. WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
The NBA season may be coming to an end, but the games are just beginning online. NBA The Run is a new, fast-paced 3v3 street ball game played above the rim and filled with posterizing jams, ankle-breaking tricks, and style. Bring your favorite NBA stars like SGA, Giannis, Steph, LaMelo, Luka, Jalen Brunson, and more to iconic street ball courts around the world in online knockout tournaments. Stack enough wins and you'll become the GOAT of the run. NBA The Run is out now for PlayStation 5, Xbox, and PC for $29.99.
Ice Cube's Big 3 is back. The most competitive basketball league on earth is on CBS this Saturday. Big 3 All-Star Dwight Howard and the LA Riot take on Greg Monroe and the Dallas Power. Then Coach Rick Mahorn, Sensation Nazir Kaur, and the Detroit Amps look to protect home court against back-to-back MVP Michael Beasley and the defending champs Miami 305. The game played the way you love. Watch live Saturday on CBS at 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific, and catch replays on BET.
Yay, yay! Bring on the fun and bring home a new Honda with a great deal on your favorite Honda vehicles. Check out the all-electric Honda Prologue, CR-V Hybrid, Accord Hybrid, and Civic Hybrid, all from the 2026 Kelley Blue Book Best Value brand. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 3.49% APR on a 2026 Accord Hybrid.
See dealer for financing details. Based on 2026 Consumer Choice Awards from Kelley Blue Book. Visit KBB.com for more information.
Ken and Ted, weekday afternoons 2 to 6. Now, back to the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Hunter Goodman digs in, right-handed hitter against Jake Bennett. 21 home runs for the Rockies All-Star representative a year ago. He takes pitch up and away for ball one.
Actually hitting for a little bit of average over the last 7 games, 308 with 3 homers.
Ball and no strikes to pitch. He is chopped foul. He's got a very good chance to go back there again. Every team has to be represented in the All-Star game. And this kind of power. 26 years old. Bennett into the line. He throws. And Goodman sawed off there a little bit. Again, I don't know whether the shadows, the light, whatever. That was an awkward-looking swing. And it's 1-2.
Yeah, it's another four-seam just above the zone. You're going to see a lot of weird swings on four-seamers up. I'll tell you that. That is nothing new.
This guy's like you. He stacks multi-home run games. I mean, he has had some enormous nights in the big leagues. 1-2 to Goodman. Bennett throws. And a pop-up. Foul side of first. This is sky high. Does Mickey Gasper have room? He does.
Nice
a little
play.
basket catch on the first base side in front of the Rocky dugout. We take 10 seconds for station ID. In the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
From the WEEI studios, 93.7 WEEI FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
No score, Sox and Rocks. Bottom of the second, Cole Carrig is up, center fielder. Pitch to him is a ground ball up the middle. Marcelo's got a charge. He picks beautifully and with a leaping throw wide, tagged by Contreras. And they're 2 down.
Well, Marcelo had to come get that one. Carrick runs well. He's actually been swinging it pretty well also. He comes in. A little bit of a wild throw up the line, but nice play by Contreras. Recognizing early, getting off the bag, gloving it, making the tag.
Here now, Jake McCarthy, left-handed hitting. Left fielder, he takes a strike on the outside corner with Durbin thinking about a bunt in at third base.
Yeah, they like this guy, McCarthy. 11 stolen bases, hitting .295 with 5 homers. He can cover some ground. He can run a little bit.
0-1 is looped foul on the third base side and out of play. His first pitch, Bennett's, is brought to you by Jeffrey Glassman Injury Lawyers. He'd been hurt in a car work accident. He got to get Glassman. Call all sevens after 6-1-7. 0-2. Bennett delivers. And a swing and a miss. He blew him away. Four-seam fastball. Jake Bennett looks great. Through 2. No score in Denver. On the Shaws and Star Market, WEI Red Sox Radio Network.
What's going on? I'm Arch Manning, Viore athlete and college quarterback. Whether I'm running, training, traveling, or just unwinding at home, I love doing it in my core shorts from Viore. With a breathable boxer brief liner, they're quick to dry, super versatile, and stand up to even my most intense training sessions. Plus, they come in 3 inseams and a ton of colors. Ready to try a pair? Go to viore.com/arch and get 20% off at checkout. I think you're going to love them as much as I do. That's VUORI.com/ARCH and get 20% off your first order. Exclusions apply. Visit the website for full terms and conditions. Not only will you receive 20% off your first purchase, but enjoy free shipping on any U.S. orders over $75 and free returns. Have a great day.
Folks across Rhode Island think K-12 is on the wrong track, which means it's the wrong time to limit families' educational options. But powerful special interests are pushing a bill to permanently ban new charter public schools. Nearly 9 out of 10 voters say a candidate's stance on K-12 education will influence their vote in September, and the vast majority want candidates who stand up for more charter public school options. Tell Governor McKee and the General Assembly that you oppose the permanent charter ban. Paid for by Stop the Wait Rhode Island, stopthewaitri.org.
From taco night in Tulum to sushi in Tokyo, make every bite rewarding with Gold from Amex. Wherever you dine, 4 times the membership rewards points at restaurants worldwide are piling up. Learn more at americanexpress.com/explore-gold. Terms and points cap apply.
Bring on the off-road. Bring home a new Honda. With a great deal on your favorite Honda vehicles. With the rugged Honda Pilot, Ridgeline, CR-V, and Passport, the road might stop, but the fun keeps going. All from the 2026 Kelley Blue Book Best Value brand. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers get a 2.99% APR on a 2026 CR-V.
See dealer for financing details. Based on 2026 Consumer Choice Awards from Kelley Blue Book. Visit KBB.com for more information.
Back to the Sox on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Brian Feltner back to the mound as we go to the third. Red Sox and Rockies scoreless as Mickey Gasper is up for the second time. He walked his first time and he rips a foul. On the first base side, it's 0-1.
Now at Shaw's and Star Market, it's a 10 for $10 sale. Save on items like avocados from the produce department. Pantry favorites like Signature Select Pasta and... Wow. Get through there.
Grounder up the middle. The shortstop Tovar has got some produce in his glove. He throws to first, 2 down.
Pantry favorites like Signature Select Pasta and Starkist Chunk Tuna and Treat Häagen-Dazs cups.
See, you psyched yourself out about that. You read it once and you said, this is really hard.
Well, it's not hard. It's just weird. The wording it's odd.
But then you said favorites.
Yeah, that's how it's spelled. It's not.
I wish it were. Here's Cedon, who swings and fouls the first pitch off.
Who put the question mark in the teleprompter?
I'm Ron Burgundy.
Well, it threw me off because I heard the bat crack in the middle of it.
Yeah, that's always not easy. Lilier Abreu out on deck. Cedon grounded into a double play his first time, and another ground ball to third. Beautiful pick there by Karros. Throws to first. And Cedon a little off tonight, 2 down.
Yeah, we're going to have to change that one up.
So tell me, you can get Häagen-Dazs and tuna?
Yeah,
and pasta?
Yeah, Signature Select Pasta, Star-Kissed Chunk White Tuna, and Treats Häagen-Dazs cups.
All right. I mean, I guess that could be a meal.
Tuna, ice cream, pasta.
Here's
Sign me up.
The pitch to him is a strike. At this point, I'd take anything. We spent too much time down on the field and talking to family before the game. I would mash all those up together in smoothie form and eat it right now. The 0-1 to Willier is swung on and missed. A mighty rip, and it's 0-2.
That's disgusting.
The swing or the smoothie?
A smoothie with tuna. Just kind of, no.
You think? 0-2 to Willier. Pitch is a ground ball foul. It's at first. Subaru of New England scoreboard. Subaru Summers finally here. Details at SubaruofNewEngland.com. It's so crazy coming out west. And yes, I know we're in the Mountain Time Zone, but Seattle in here, you look up in this third inning, and so many games are late or done. 0-2. Here's the pitch. way outside. I lived on the West Coast for 12 years. It's the best way to watch sports because you don't have to stay up till 2 a.m. to finish playoff games. Football starts on Sundays at 10 a.m. 1-2 is a high fastball, up and away, 2-2. You know what I think about Will Uribarri? When he does this thing with his fingers on the bat, like he's playing a trumpet, he's feeling himself. He just did that on that take, and it's 2-2.
Jazz flute.
Here's the pitch, and it's a grounder to first, fair ball. No jazz flute there. Rumfield plays the ball and steps on first, and the inning is over. To the bottom of the third we go. No score in Denver on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
As a parent, I want what's best for my kid. For her, that meant finding a charter public school that truly fit her needs. Specialized programming, more support, somewhere she feels safe. But too many families are still waiting for that opportunity. Politicians on Smith Hill want us to wait longer. Don't limit access to charter public schools. Tell Governor McKee and the General Assembly that you oppose the permanent charter ban. Parents, not politicians, should get to decide the right school for their child.
Paid for by Stop the Wait Rhode Island.
Blowing ad budget on metrics that look great till the CFO sees them, that's bull spend. And marketers are calling it out in Dashboard Confessions.
I remember telling my boss, it'll be good for the brand, when leads were slow. Yeah, it wasn't.
Cut the bull spend. LinkedIn lets you target by company, job title, and more. Advertise on LinkedIn. Spend $250 on your first campaign and get a $250 credit. Go to linkedin.com/campaign. Terms and conditions apply.
The 2026 Lincoln Aviator SUV turns a robust list of features into a world of premium experiences. Excite your drive with impressive horsepower and torque. Customize your comfort with available perfect position seats featuring 30 configurations. Make room for 2 more passengers with powerful third-row seats that can fold flat with the touch of a button. And immerse yourself in the finest expression of design and services with available elevated packages. Experience it for yourself by visiting your local Lincoln retailer.
WEEI on the go? Just download the Odyssey app. Now, back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
Jake Bennett is the pitcher, and Braxton Fulford swings and misses at a fastball, and it's 0-1.
Just keep living up there, big boy. The four-seamer up above the zone, they are not touching it.
This is his 10th start, Fulford. Swing and a miss. He loses his helmet, and it's 0-2. This is like a matchup of names you'd hear at the yacht club. Jake Bennett and Braxton Fulford. Little seersucker suit combo.
Hedge fund babies. Yeah. What do you like here, Willie? Fastball up again, or you like that little cutter under the hands?
You're the pitching guru. I defer to you. 0-2. And it is a high fastball. He went back up there, maybe a purpose pitch to set up the next one.
Yeah, I mean, he could go either way. His changeups look good also. But the cutter, it's almost like he's using that as his slider today.
1-2. He is down and in. Third inning brought to you by Citgo, club you want to get into. Club Citgo. Download the Club Citgo app now and instantly save 23 cents a gallon on your first fill-up. Sox got in relatively early, but then had to sit on the runway for a couple hours last night. The 2-2 is high. The fastball, and it's 3-2. It seems like every time you fly into Denver, it's a roller coaster ride.
Yep, sure is.
Not quite what we had going to Minneapolis last year, but still.
There were still, 10 minutes of some fun.
3-2, swing and a miss. He got him. Now that was a devastating changeup. Jake Bennett, awesome in altitude. And there's one away.
Yeah, as I was looking at our pitchers in this series, this is the guy. I'm like, all right, he's got his main pitches of his arsenal are going to play here. And you're seeing it on display here early.
All right, here's Kyle Karros. Right-handed hitter. His stance does not look anything like his pops did. He takes a breaking ball down and in for ball 1. Kyle, 245, 4 homers, 21 driven in. One down, bases empty, scoreless game. The pitch is a line drive into left field, a base hit. So the Rockies have their first knock from Kyle Karros. who has been on an incredible tear in the month of June. 340 hitter.
That's interesting. On my lineup card, I have Tovar batting 8th and Karros batting 9th.
He must have gotten an earlier addition.
That's weird.
Here's Jake Bennett at the belt. Pitch is looped into center field. Coming on, Don. He dives. Did he catch it? I'm not so sure. He drops it on the transfer, and they say it is a grab. Unbelievable defense there by Rafaela, and they're 2 away.
Yeah, those are the jam shots that get down for hits most of the time because the outfielders have to play so deep. There's so much grass between them and the infield dirt. That looked like it had hit written all over it. You know, Don, good read, good first step, perfect dive.
As we said, coming into this game and this series, Will, it's a huge advantage for the Red Sox to have the defensive outfield that they do. So Tovar robbed, and here is Willie Castro. You need the whiteout after all. Jake Bennett at the belt. Looks to first. But Karros leads. He throws. And a fastball up and away, ball 1.
Let me see your card.
Yeah. All right, we'll just do it. Castro, Freeman, Rumfeld, Goodman, Carrig, McCarthy, Fulford, Karros, Tovar. Yeah. Yours got flipped somehow.
I feel like you did this to me somehow.
I would. The one I was swung on and fouled. Yeah, I mean, I got the paper copy, but this is the benefit of... I just go on the research site before the game. And
yeah, that's the same as mine. See, this is why I don't trust. That's why I have trust issues.
I do need that back, by the way.
What's wrong?
I don't need the lineup. 1-1, 2 down, scoreless game in the bottom of the third. The pitch is a little bit high with a fastball. And it is 2-1. We'll get you the league leaders in a moment. Brought to you by AZEC Exteriors, leaders in exterior trim moldings. Kyle Schwarber has just done an incredible tear. Hit another home run last night. And Bennett will check in on Karros over at first.
Still can't believe we didn't bring that guy back after 2021.
One of the big fails. There's no doubt about it.
I mean, how about the Cubs non-tendering him after 2020?
As a hero.
What?
2-1. Here's the pitch. And it's pop foul. I really think as that ball gets into the seats, Will, I think he is in so many ways the case study as to what the young modern GM gets totally wrong.
Right.
And that is, we're not going to pay you for what you did in the past. We're going to pay for what you might do and what our models say.
And you don't play
you're
defense.
Do in the future.
You know, you're DH.
But you know what you do? You're clutch. You're a stud in a clubhouse, and you hit homers.
He's a modern-day Jim Tomei. Is exactly what he is.
And there are so few of those. 2-2 with 2 down. Scoreless in Denver. Bennett takes a deep breath. He's been efficient. 20 pitches so far. Pitch is swung on and fouled into the mitt. Jake Bennett is rolling. And he is blowing these Rockies away. That's his 3rd strikeout. And the Red Sox go to the top of the 4th in a scoreless game in the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
The NBA season may be coming to an end, but the games are just beginning online. NBA The Run is a new, fast-paced 3v3 street ball game played above the rim and filled with posterizing jams, ankle-breaking tricks, and style. Bring your favorite NBA stars like SGA, Giannis, Steph, LaMelo, Luka, Jalen Brunson, and more to iconic street ball courts around the world in online knockout tournaments. Stack enough wins and you'll become the GOAT of the run. NBA The Run is out now for PlayStation 5, Xbox, and PC for $29.99.
Folks across Rhode Island think K-12 is on the wrong track, which means it's the wrong time to limit families' educational options. But powerful special interests are pushing a bill to permanently ban new charter public schools. Nearly 9 out of 10 voters say a candidate's stance on K-12 education will influence their vote in September, and the vast majority want candidates who stand up for more charter public school options. Tell Governor McKee and the General Assembly that you oppose the permanent charter ban. Paid for by Stop the Wait Rhode Island, stopthewaitri.org.
From taco night in Tulum to sushi in Tokyo, make every bite rewarding with gold from Amex. Wherever you dine, 4 times membership rewards points at restaurants worldwide are piling up. Learn more at americanexpress.com/explore-gold. Terms and points cap apply.
Ice Cube's Big 3 is back. The most competitive basketball league on earth is on CBS this Saturday. Big 3 All-Star Dwight Howard and the LA Riot take on Greg Monroe and the Dallas Power. Then Coach Rick Mahorn, Sensation Nazir Kaur, and the Detroit Amps look to protect home court against back-to-back MVP Michael Beasley and the defending champs Miami 305. The game played the way you love. Watch live Saturday on CBS at 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific, and catch replays on BET.
Oh, yay, yay!
Weekdays, 5:30 to 10.
Now back to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Wilson Contreras leads it off as we go into the top of the 4th inning against Ryan Feltner. No score as of yet. Shocking in Colorado as Wilson, who's 2 for his last 23, takes a pitch low for ball 1. You think the conversation in the dugout should be, let's adjust to off speed.
Yeah, he's showing the slider a lot. I mean, it's cutterish. It's 88 to 90.
Pitch is skied down the right field side. Freeman, battling the sun in a way, back in front of the warning track, is there to make the play, and Wilson is retired for out number 1.
Well, Wilson's been on just about as cool as we've seen him this year. Coming into today, 192 over his last 7. There are 2 homers in there, so the pop's still there, but there's been a lot of strikeouts
Well,
lately.
he is frustrated beyond belief, Willis. He just walked back into the Red Sox dugout. 5 feet before, he spiked his helmet down the staircase. Here's Duran, who takes a ball down and in. Look, without Roman, without Trevor Story, they need Duran and Contreras to hit, and they have not. You can understand their frustration. 1-0 the pitch. Is a broken bat blooper to shallow center field and might get down on the run as the shortstop Tovar to take one away from Duran. They're 2 down. 4th inning brought to you by Cars for Kids. Easiest way to get rid of your old car. Donate today and your car can be picked up tomorrow. Donate now at carsforkids.com. That's cars with a K. Astros and Blue Jays tied at 2 in the 7th inning. Yankees lost a 3rd straight game, this time in Detroit. Tigers on a roll. Here's Caleb Durbin, swing and a miss. He was trying to go absolutely to the moon right there. A big rip, and it's 0-1.
Yeah, they have to start looking for this slider. He's pitching backwards.
0-1 is outside. That was the slider. It missed. And it's 1-1. That was a matchup of former teammates Framber Valdez and Garrett Cole. Tigers beat the Yankees 5-3. 1-1. And Caleb swings and fouls it off on the third base side. It's an interesting balance for me. Well, with a guy like Caleb Durbin who's feeling so good at the plate, those swings are starting to look much more violent early in counts. And you're here for it.
I like it.
Me too. Especially in a place like this. 1-2. Pitch is fouled off. It looks so balanced for him. They'll score top 4. Yankees score is the rivalry report. Brought to you by Rivers Spring Living. 32 beautiful acres on the banks of the Hudson River. The 1-2 to Durbin is just outside. Fastball, good take. And it's 2-2.
Reach back for a little extra there. That was 97. Just above the zone. Good job by Durbin laying off.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Pitch. Swing and a miss. He got him big time with a sweeper there, and the inning is over. Well, the Red Sox have 1 hit through 4 innings. We go to the bottom of the 4th on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
What's going on? I'm Arch Manning, Viore athlete and college quarterback. Whether I'm running, training, traveling, or just unwinding at home, I love doing it in my core shorts from Viore. With a breathable boxer brief liner, they're quick to dry, super versatile, and stand up to even my most intense training sessions. Plus, they come in 3 inseams and a ton of colors. Ready to try a pair? Go to viore.com/arch and get 20% off at checkout. I think you're going to love them as much as I do. That's VUORI.com/ARCH and get 20% off your first order. Exclusions apply. Visit the website for full terms and conditions. Not only will you receive 20% off your first purchase, but enjoy free shipping on any U.S. orders over $75 and free returns. Have a great day.
Blowing ad budget on metrics that look great till the CFO sees them, that's bull spend. And marketers are calling it out in Dashboard Confessions.
I remember telling my boss, it'll be good for the brand, when leads were slow. Yeah, it wasn't.
Cut the bull spend. LinkedIn lets you target by company, job title, and more. Advertise on LinkedIn. Spend $250 on your first campaign and get a $250 credit. Go to linkedin.com/campaign. Terms and conditions apply.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Play 93.7 WEEI. Now back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
Tyler Freeman takes a breaking pitch that was beneath the zone. He tried to bluff a bunt, pulled it back, and it missed. From Jake Bennett, 1-0. No score in Colorado. Contreras sure thinks he might bunt. He's way in at first. The pitch is a perfect fastball in the corner, 1-1.
Fourth inning brought to you by Cars for Kids. Easiest way to get rid of your old car. Donate today and your car could be picked up tomorrow. Donate at carsforkids.com. That's cars with a K.
1-1. Bennett throws. And a ground ball to first, of course. Contreras is way in a 1-1 count, and it beats the defense. And a leadoff bouncing infield single. Will, if I'm Jake Bennett, I am livid with that. Yeah. I don't care what the card says. It's 1-1 with a right-handed hitter, and he's 5 feet on the grass.
Sure. I mean, that's the lowest percentage chance of any ball in play that he's going to hit it over the first base bag. But to your point, he saw the bunt attempt, first pitch. He played in, but way too far. No chance to get a ball that would have been pretty routine.
TJ Rumfield, left-handed batter. Pitch is a double play ball to second. Beautiful play by Siegler. Over to second for one. Oh, a beautiful throw from Meyer. In time double play.
Oh, do it. Siegler goes to his backhand up the middle. Glove flip to Meyer. Easy turn. Leadoff single erased. Love that.
I way too often underestimate how hard it is to turn double plays. That is spectacular from Siegler to Meyer to Contreras. All right, here's Hunter Goodman, who's already my favorite since he walks up to Cody Johnson. Pitch is down and in. Third inning, actually any inning. Red Sox on EEI, brought to you by your New England Ford dealers. Final days to get employee pricing for all 4 of the official vehicle Major League Baseball, and that dirty water. 1-0. Foul back. If you got a dream, chase it. Well,
I did. Sitting next to you. This is what I always want to do. It wasn't playing the big leagues. Playing a World Series.
It wasn't to be here and having your last 2 at that 7 runs batted in. A dream won't chase you back. 1-1 is swung on and missed. And it is 1-2.
Yeah, you're a big Kojo guy, huh?
I mean, well, as you said to me on the golf course, and I agreed with you, he's a storyteller. Those are my favorite musicians by far. 1-2 is swung on and missed. Elevated fastball. Adios. Siegler, Meyer, Contreras turned a double play, and then Bennett takes care of the rest. His 5th punch out. If Jake Bennett has a dream, he's chasing it tonight in Colorado. We go to the 5th, scoreless in the Shaws and Star Market. WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
As a parent, I want what's best for my kid. For her, that meant finding a charter public school that truly fit her needs. Specialized programming, more support, somewhere she feels safe. But too many families are still waiting for that opportunity. Politicians on Smith Hill want us to wait longer. Don't limit access to charter public schools. Tell Governor McKee and the General Assembly that you oppose the permanent charter ban. Parents, not politicians, should get to decide the right school for their child.
Paid for by Stop the Wait Rhode Island.
4th of July savings are happening now at the Home Depot with select appliances starting at $398. Plus, get free delivery on appliance purchases of $398 or more, no membership required. Upgrade your kitchen with a modern and sleek GE Profile refrigerator featuring hands-free autofill for the perfect pour every time. And make laundry day easier with 2-in-1 washer-dryer combo innovation that completes laundry in about 90 minutes. Shop top brand appliances now at the Home Depot. Offer valid June 17th to July 8th. U.S. only. See store online for details.
The Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Boy, Joe Braverman.
Joe Braverman's the best. You could tell your old man he could do some largemouth bass fishing. Guess what? Till you can't. Here is Masa Yoshida, Red Sox and Rockies scoreless as we go to the top of the 5th inning. It'll be Yoshida, who grounds one on the first base side, easily handled there by Rumfield. The Red Sox making way too many quick outs here tonight. And there's one down.
Quick outs and a lot of weak contact on the infield. Weak ground balls.
Which is not the ticket in this ballpark.
No.
Here's Anthony Siegler. Pitch to him is a strike on the outside corner. You know, I think that two things have happened that made me love Cody Johnson even more. That song that Joe Braverman brought us back with. Number one, being a dad yourself. Here's the pitch to Siegler, is up and in. And then, you know, losing my own dad, who we didn't talk a lot about that yesterday, because if I did, I would have just started bawling. But a little time after, it's just such a truism. 1-1 to Siegler is a little bit high. It takes a little time. It takes a little loss. It takes a little pain in life to understand how lucky you are to have the things that you do have. And I think that ties very much into baseball. I mean, I think you can relate as a player how it feels like you're going to be here forever as Siegler swings and misses at a pitch, 2-2, and then you just aren't. And how much it matters when you can step back and appreciate the moments that you're here in this moment. And I felt that this entire road trip, my entire time with the Red Sox, but particularly this week in Seattle and Colorado. It's just been kind of eye-opening how glorious it is to be a part of this thing. Siegler tries to stop his swing and does not. He is rung up on a fastball up above the zone. And just like that, 2 away.
Starting to see some real frustration from these Red Sox hitters. I know they're looking out there going, this guy's got nothing to beat us. You know, he's kind of all over the place, and they feel like they're beating themselves right now.
Get you the Subaru of New England scoreboard. Subaru Summer finally here. Marcelo Meyer would like Summer to finally arrive to his bat. The pitch is a strike on the outside corner. This is about the worst 5 innings they've had offensively all year, and that's saying a lot. And especially in a ballpark like this, it's even more stark. The 0-1 is swung on a miss. Marcelo fundamentally has to make a swing change. He does. He's pulling off everything.
It's not even necessarily a swing change, because an approach change would clean up minor deficiencies in his swing.
That's a good clarification. The 0-2 is a line hopper to third. 2 soft ground balls to the left side. And in the sun, a nice intentional, I think, 1-hop throw to third that retires Meyer and the Red Sox in the 5th very quickly in order. We're halfway home, scoreless. Sox and Rocks on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
The NBA season may be coming to an end, but the games are just beginning online. NBA The Run is a new, fast-paced 3v3 street ball game played above the rim and filled with posterizing jams, ankle-breaking tricks, and style. Bring your favorite NBA stars like SGA, Giannis, Steph, LaMelo, Luka, Jalen Brunson, and more to iconic street ball courts around the world in online knockout tournaments. Stack enough wins and you'll become the GOAT of the Run. NBA The Run is out now for PlayStation 5, Xbox, and PC for $29.99.
Folks across Rhode Island think K through 12 is on the wrong track, which means it's the wrong time to limit families' educational options. But powerful special interests are pushing a bill to permanently ban new charter public schools. Nearly 9 out of 10 voters say a candidate's stance on K through 12 education will influence their vote in September, and the vast majority want candidates who stand up for more charter public school options. Tell Governor McKee and the General Assembly that you oppose the permanent charter ban. Paid for by Stop the Wait Rhode Island, stopthewaitri.org.
Ice Cube's Big 3 is back. The most competitive basketball league on earth is on CBS this Saturday. Big 3 All-Star Dwight Howard and the LA Riot take on Greg Monroe and the Dallas Power. Then Coach Rick Mahorn, Sensation Nazir Kaur, and the Detroit Amps look to protect home court against back-to-back MVP Michael Beasley and the defending champs Miami 305. The game played the way you love. Watch live Saturday on CBS at 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific, and catch replays on BET. Oh, yay, yay!
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can choose the best coverage option for you. Because you know you. Like, you know that hiking isn't for you. Sure, it sounds nice to be in nature while exercising, but that's what a gym and houseplants are for. I mean, you don't even like walking upstairs. So why would you walk up a hill? For miles. To what, end up high in the air? Come on, you know you're scared of heights. Only you know you. So get coverage options within your budget with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
Now back to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Cole Carrig, right-handed hitter against Jake Bennett as we go to the bottom of the fifth. The pitch is a little bit outside for ball one.
Today's Red Sox code word of the game is Mile High City. Make sure to enter your code word in the member portal today to claim your points.
I mean, good thing we don't combine the code word and the sit-go reads as Carrig swings and fouls one off on the inside part of the plate. Club you want to get into. It's 1-1. Yeah, I think you and I are both feeling the Mile High effects today. I mean, I
definitely have that
lightheaded.
Like, I'm feeling it a little off today.
1-1 pitch is fouled back to the screen.
It's always the first day. Second day's much better.
It's amazing if you think about it, what an advantage it is. I mean, in baseball, it's one thing. But I think about the Denver Broncos, how insane it is that they play in this environment, and you come in for one game that means so much. 1-2, scoreless in the bottom of the fifth. The pitch is a little bit high.
I feel like visiting teams need to come in on like a Thursday for a Sunday game just to get acclimated.
I think a lot of them probably do. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. And a foul. Wow. Awkward-looking swing. Hey, I think the great coaches these days, you probably try to lobby the league to say, pair us with another West Coast team. Let's go play the 49ers and then come here to Denver so that you can just spend the whole week here. 2-2 is swung on and missed. And Jake Bennett is rolling along here. 6 strikeouts with only 1 out in the fifth.
And the changeup right there is just as good as it gets. It starts outer third, thigh high, and just dives off the plate.
All right, 1 down. Here's Jake McCarthy, left-handed hitter, and he takes a strike on the outside corner. I mean, the thing is, it is a great night to hit. If the flag's in center field or any indicator, it is howling out to center. 0-1. Left on left, the pitch. Swing and a miss. How impressive has this been from Jake Bennett?
I just love that his misses are off the plate, right? Where you're not going to get hurt. He's not missing over the heart. He's challenging guys with fastballs up and then expanding. It's been really good.
0-2. Pitch. He is in the dirt. Who's on deck? Presented by TimberTech Decking and Railing. Everything wood should be. Visit timbertech.com. That would be Braxton Fulford. Rockies with 2 hits. The Sox with 1. Here's a little blooper to third. Caleb Durbin backs up right onto the outfield grass. He's there to make the play. 2 down.
Win free groceries for a year with the Shaw's and Star Market Grand Slam Summer Sweepstakes. Plus, your child can become a junior broadcaster. Enter now at shawsorstarmarket.com/Grand Slam.
And after they broadcast, they can go get tuna and Klondike bars and anything they want. Just don't put them in a blender all at once.
Haagen-Dazs.
Here's Braxton Fulford swinging a miss. This guy, Jake Bennett, is absolutely rolling. 49 pitches thrown. We're in the bottom of the 5th inning. He's having himself a night. 0-1 is just a little high. That's the 110th pitch, brought to you by 110 Grill, gluten-free dining done right. Visit any of their 33 locations throughout New England. 1-1. Bennett throws, and a ground ball on the right side is going to shoot through for a base hit. They were playing him up the middle to pull. And Fulford has a knock. You know, again, over the course of a season and a career, the theory, I think the reality is that the spray chart will win out. That a lot of ground balls over the second base bag that should have been hits are not. The shortstop's right there. It doesn't make it any less frustrating for a pitcher like Bennett to make good pitches and have little bounders shoot through, because of the chart that put the defense where it was. Right, here's Cal Karros. Pitch is fouled on a line down the first base side.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, you play the numbers and the percentages. It makes a lot of sense, right? These guys have tendencies. You look at lefty-righty matchups, and you have to play in those heated areas where they like to go.
1-1, 2 down. Pitch is fouled back. I think people run less in Colorado, Will, because you're in scoring position at first base.
And when you get to second, you're gassed. Gassed. I was out of breath after I read the lineups earlier.
I know the feeling. 0-2 to Karros. No score, bottom 5. Bennett holding longer than ever, trying to hold the runner. He does go, and the pitch is a ball to throw to second, not in time. This is the downside of having Mickey Gaspard catching. I mean, it was a really good break there on the read from Fulford, and now the Rockies have a runner in scoring position.
It was a cutter down and away also. Not exactly the best pitch to throw on. Mickey made a good throw, just a tick late.
So the first real test here for Bennett. 1 ball, 2 strikes. 2 down, scoreless game. The pitch is swung on and missed, past the test. Did Bennett? He has been overwhelmingly impressive here tonight. We go to the 6th. No score of all things in Denver on the Shaws and Star Market WEI Red Sox Radio Network.
As a parent, I want what's best for my kid. For her, that meant finding a charter public school that truly fit her needs. Specialized programming, more support, somewhere she feels safe. But too many families are still waiting for that opportunity. Politicians on Smith Hill want us to wait longer. Don't limit access to charter public schools. Tell Governor McKee and the General Assembly that you oppose the permanent charter ban. Parents, not politicians, should get to decide the right school for their child.
Paid for by Stop the Wait Rhode Island.
What's going on? I'm Arch Manning, Viore athlete and college quarterback. Whether I'm running, training, traveling, or just unwinding at home, I love doing it in my core shorts from Viore. With a breathable boxer brief liner, they're quick to dry, super versatile, and stand up to even my most intense training sessions. Plus, they come in 3 inseams and a ton of colors. Ready to try a pair? Go to viore.com/arch and get 20% off at checkout. I think you're going to love them as much as I do. That's VUORI.com/ARCH and get 20% off your first order. Exclusions apply. Visit the website for full terms and conditions. Not only will you receive 20% off your first purchase, but enjoy free shipping on any U.S. orders over $75 and free returns. Have a great day.
Blowing ad budget on metrics that look great till the CFO sees them. That's bull spend. And marketers are calling it out in Dashboard Confessions.
I remember telling my boss, it'll be good for the brand, when leads were slow. Yeah, it wasn't.
Cut the bull spend. LinkedIn lets you target by company, job title, and more. Advertise on LinkedIn. Spend $250 on your first campaign and get a $250 credit. Go to linkedin.com/campaign. Terms and conditions apply.
You're listening to the Sox on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Now, back to the play-by-play action.
Well, we've played 5 innings in an hour in Colorado. Here's Mickey Gasper batting for the 3rd time, and he takes a strike on the outside corner. This kind of game is unheard of.
In this stadium, it does not happen.
1-1 to Gasper. Pitch is a ground ball foul on the first base side. You don't want to lean too much into this, but it's an indictment of the Red Sox offense. Feltner comes into this game with an ERA that is bloated and above 5, and in this ballpark, you got to do more than this. The 0-2 is low, especially since early on he was all over the place.
Yeah, I think once he figured out, which he did in that first inning, his fastball just didn't have command. He started going to the slider and the changeup a ton, using the fastball later in counts. Kind of locked him back in, just finding that slider.
1-2 to Gasper. Pitch is a ground ball up the middle. The second baseman Castro backhands, throws to first in time. And he's 1 away. It's so hard for the Rockies to find pitchers in their entire history. They signed a massive contract for Mike Hampton, who they thought, the curveball, the sinker would play here. Ubaldo Jimenez was maybe their best ever pitcher in the history of the franchise, but it's just been so hard to get guys here who can do it over and over. Cedon almost hit by a pitch. He's spun back out of the way by a curveball, 1-0.
Yeah, they would have to overpay for free agents to come here, just because it affects their numbers so much.
It almost like double you have to pay. Here's Cedon, and he takes a strike on the outside corner. There is no score. The Red Sox have 1 hit. Rockies 3. The check of the game score brought to you by Veg ER for Pets, the official emergency vet group. The Red Sox Radio Network. 1-1. Cedon swings and misses. To me, Will, tonight he looks like a guy who feels like Coors Field is a homer haven. He's taking enormous swings.
Yeah, he's been in between, too. He's had fastballs. Fastball beat him in his first at bat, and then he got way out front on a slider his second at bat.
1-2. Pitch. Cedon hits a soft ground ball to second. He can run. Tovar's got to hurry. He throws to first and is just in time. The Red Sox may want to challenge. I thought real time he was out.
He looked like his foot was still in the air as that one got there.
Really Castro, really nice play. And so here now is Wilyer Abreu. It will not look. You get sort of the same feeling we did the other night in Seattle, Will, and you would never think that here in Colorado, but might be a night where Wilyer just needs to do something.
Give someone a souvenir.
Pitch to him is swung on and fouled back. He was thinking about it, but that was a curveball in the outside corner. Big looping long swing, and it's 0-1.
Yeah, it just never broke. It stayed out there arm side, right on the outer corner.
So do you think in that mindset he sees the fingers and the spin, he thinks it's going to come in?
Yeah, exactly.
0-1. The pitch is lined foul on the third base side. That must be so disorienting for a hitter. You spend your whole life in the big leagues thinking, all right, I'm looking for the spin right out of the hands, and it doesn't do the same thing here.
Yeah, it's like almost all breaking balls feel like backup breaking balls that are normally mistakes.
1-2. To Wilyer with 2 down and the bases empty. The pitch is a little bit high with a fastball. And you've explained this to our listeners many times, but the idea is a backup breaking ball. It just doesn't snap down in the way that they normally do.
It spins like a normal breaking ball, but it doesn't have the same action. It just stays out there.
Wilyer swings and hits a cue shot on the third base side. This is going to be an infield hit. Karros, their hands, he throws to first. He does not. He just puts it in his pocket, and the Red Sox have their second hit. Just what we predicted. That's why he was your Mafre feeling, right?
Yeah. What was the exit velo on that? 66. Well, you think about the 2 hits they have. Durbin chopped a ball off the plate over the third baseman's head for a double, and then that swinging bunt.
Unfortunately, at the moment, that is life for the Red Sox offense. It just is. And they'll bring up Wilson Contreras and visit to the mound first. Bullpen report, which is not needed as of yet, brought to you by Interlock Metal Roofing. Visit interlockmetalroofing.com and never re-roof again. Will, the numbers do not lie. In the month of June, the Red Sox have had an atrocious offense. And as much as they've manufactured runs and slapped it around with Siegler and Gasper and everybody else, they are the 29th ranked offense in the game.
Not what we had pictured when we left Fort Myers.
Not even a little bit. However, it could all change right here with Wilson Contreras. So for 2 with a couple weak flyouts.
I mean, he just needs to get a mistake right here. He's been searching for it, but swinging out of the zone a lot here lately.
Abreu leads at first. The pitch is strike fastball right there.
He's
looking spin.
He's looking for the off speed. I don't blame him.
It's so hard to take him out of the lineup, and yet it just feels like a guy who could really use a day off. 0-1. Pitch is just outside. That was a breaking pitch. Curve, and it's 1-1. He won't let Chad Tracy take him out of the lineup.
I guarantee Tracy said, hey, I'm going to give you a day. He said, absolutely not.
1-1. Pitch is a chopper grounder to third, foul. That was a sinking fastball, and it's 1-2.
So Feltner, I mean, you got to kind of tip your cap a little bit. I mean, he really found it after that first inning. And he's been mixing it up really well, the 4-seamer and the 2-seamer. That 2-seamer is actually getting some good run and a lot of ground balls.
1-2 is foul back. That was a pitch to drill, and Wilson remains 1-2. This guy has had an incredible life story and baseball journey. Skull fracture back in 2023. 1-2 to Wilson Contreras. He's had elbow issues as well. Pitch. Contreras swings and skies it foul on the first base side. A comebacker right to the head off the bat of Nick Castellanos.
That was 2023?
Yeah. So think about how long a road it's been. If you're a Rocky fan, this is the guy who's top of your list to root for.
Of course.
No score, top 6. Sox at Rockies. 1-2 to Contreras. He wears a little protective shield inside his hat. The 1-2 is a little bit low. And to Wilson, it's 2-2.
Yeah, they make those shells that it used to look massive, right? Those hats that had the padding.
We tried that. Yeah, it looked like a cartoon hat.
Yeah, like those really funny, like enlarged hats people wear to basketball games.
Which now people pay like $100 for.
This is just like a shield that goes inside the hat.
2-2 is a line drive down the right field line. This is going to get down 4 extra bases. We got a chance to score here. Abreu around third. Chad Epperson is going to wave him home. Wilson! A double the other way. And the Red Sox lead it 1-0.
I just love that at bat. The adjustment with Contreras. He's struggled a lot lately. A lot of swing and miss. He's just trying to, if he gets a fastball, foul it off, stay alive, or drive it to the right side because of the amount of off speed that he has been seeing. Fastball painted down and away, and that was smoked down the line for a double. Big one.
You love it. A swinging bunt hit for Wilyer Abreu and a sinking liner the other way for Contreras.
This is where Duran launches, right here.
I love it. Pitch is a little bit high. With a slider, and it's 1-0. He has been awesome, Duran has, in his career against the Rockies. Listen to the Red Sox crowd here. 1-0, the pitch to Duran. He is a little high again. Changeup. 2-0.
To your point, coming into today, Duran 444 with 3 homers and 9 RBIs over 9 career games against the Rockies. Let's add to that.
2-0. Pitch is swung on and fouled off. You got a slider there. And it is 2-1. Contreras, when he got back to the second base bag, essentially praised God.
That's how it goes sometimes.
I never thought I'd feel this way again.
This game can beat you up.
No doubt. 2-1 is a ball inside. Good take there by Duran, and changeup. When he does not chase good things follow. 3 balls and a strike. Contreras has broken the scoreless tie. Pitch here. Duran takes ball 4. That's really good stuff from Duran. And all of a sudden, again, these young pitchers who've been rattled in this season, when you get them into the stretch, you get hits on them, things can snowball.
That walk brought to you by North Shore Adult Diapers, relieving the heaviest control problems, even in altitude. Visit NorthShore.com. That was a really good at bat by Jaron. He showed some patience right there.
I don't know the Rockies coaching staff well enough to know whether this is Warren Schaefer or the pitching coach, Alan Leichman. But given the fact that he's not made the signal to the bullpen, I think this is the pitching coach. Yes, it is. So they're going to let him face Durbin. And isn't this amazing? Brennan Bernardino, longtime Red Sox pitcher and our great buddy, is up in the Rocky bullpen. Yoshida is on deck. But here's the big spot for Durbin. Facing Feltner. Red Sox have a run in. 2 on, 2 out. Pitch. Durbin takes a strike. And through the zone, and it's 0-1. I mean, as good as Bennett has been, I think the Red Sox will be super aggressive in the bullpen tonight. 0-1. Pitch. He is down and in the dirt, and Contreras was halfway down the line. The catcher bluffed to throw, but Wilson kind of having some fun with him back to the second base bag.
When Goodman went to make the throw to second base, Contreras started to move towards third on the pump fake, saying, all right, if you're going to throw down, then I'm going to take third.
I love that kind of gamesmanship.
Yeah. Now they're thinking about that.
Seems to me Durbin's about to deposit one here. The 1-1 is swung on and ripped into left field. That's down for a base hit. Contreras rounds third. He's waved home. Awful throw from left field. Red Sox put a couple up, and it is 2-0 in Denver.
Caleb Durbin, guess what? Another 2-hit game. No big deal. Coming through in a big spot like we've seen him doing over the last 20 games or so. He looks so locked in right now. That pitch top of the zone, a curveball that, like we told you, just didn't break, goes up there and gets it.
They can't let Feltner face Yoshida, can they? With Bernardino ready in the bullpen? I guess they will.
All righty then.
This is another benefit, Will, when you face teams that are 18 games under 500. They manage differently. Because in a tight game with a contending team, there is a 0% chance there's not a lefty on the mound right here. What a knock from Durbin, and see if Yoshida can deliver a haymaker. He takes a ball low. You got Marcelo Meyer on deck. Actually, that's Anthony Siegler, then Meyer. This is full go for Yoshida. You want Masa in this spot to find something in the middle of the plate to hit forever. He tries to. He swings and misses at a changeup, and it's 1-1. Red Sox have been held to 1 hit coming into this 6th inning. Yoshida takes a beautiful fastball in the outside corner for a strike, and it's 1-2.
I've been waiting for some loud noises from Masa. Has not been a lot lately.
No. 1-2. He fouls it back. It's interesting, Will. He's like so many hitters where you want him to kind of sell out to right field, but when he's balanced and he goes the opposite way, that's when the home runs come.
Well, in a 2-strike count, you got to cover everything. There can't be any selling out. You get a mistake, a hanger, you do damage, but other than that, you have to cover everything.
Totally agreed. 1-2 pitch is grounded foul in the first base set. I just mean overall, because it seems like he's taking these huge swings where he's leaving his feet early in counts.
So often, we're starting to see a lot of first and second pitch breaking balls or change-ups off speed because pitchers are catching on. He likes to pull out his driver early in counts.
So do you.
Mini driver.
Mini. 2-iron 2. 1-2 to Masa. Pitch is lined high and deep down the left field line toward the corner, and it is off the netting and out of play. Left fielder McCarthy gave a really good look there. It was hit well by Massa, but foul, and it's 1-2.
Yeah, hanging curveball. Tried to go back door, did Feltner. Didn't really come back. Good swing by Massa, just a touch foul.
1-2 to Massa. 2 on, 2 in, and 2 out. Pitch to Yoshida is ripped into right field, but it'll hang up. Coming on Freeman on the run. He's there to make the play. Massa actually got it a little bit off the end of the bat and the front foot. However, on a night that the Red Sox had nothing going offensively, it starts with an infield hit. Contreras and Durbin put 2 home. 2-0 Red Sox in the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
The NBA season may be coming to an end, but the games are just beginning online. NBA The Run is a new, fast-paced 3v3 street ball game played above the rim and filled with posterizing jams, ankle-breaking tricks, and style. Bring your favorite NBA stars like SGA, Giannis, Steph, LaMelo, Luka, Jalen Brunson, and more to iconic street ball courts around the world in online knockout tournaments. Stack enough wins and you'll become the GOAT of the Run. NBA The Run is out now for PlayStation 5, Xbox, and PC for $29.99.
Ice Cube's Big 3 is back. The most competitive basketball league on earth is on CBS this Saturday. Big 3 All-Star Dwight Howard and the LA Riot take on Greg Monroe and the Dallas Power. Then Coach Rick Mahorn, Sensation Nazir Kaur, and the Detroit Amps look to protect home court against back-to-back MVP Michael Beasley and the defending champs Miami 305. The game played the way you love. Watch live Saturday on CBS at 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific, and catch replays on BET. Oh, yay, yay!
As a parent, I want what's best for my kid. For her, that meant finding a charter public school that truly fit her needs. Specialized programming, more support, somewhere she feels safe. But too many families are still waiting for that opportunity. Politicians on Smith Hill want us to wait longer. Don't limit access to charter public schools. Tell Governor McKee and the General Assembly that you oppose the permanent charter ban. Parents, not politicians, should get to decide the right school for their child.
Paid for by Stop the Wait Rhode Island.
Boston sports opinion more often. Just download the Odyssey app. Now, back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
Bottom 6 we go. Ezekiel Tovar, who signed a massive extension a couple years ago. These Rockies. He's not quite lived up to it. He's won a Gold Glove. He's shown some promise, but not yet a foundational player. He squares to bunt, pulls it back as Jake Bennett facing a big shutdown inning. Spin strike 1.
Another big hit by Caleb Durbin. He's 25 for his last 75.
He's been awesome.
333.
0-1. Bennett winds, he throws. And the pitch is grounded foul in the third base. I think, Will, this is the maddening thing right now about the Craig Breslow offseason, where Ranger Suarez has been good. Sonny Gray has been good. Wilson Contreras has been good. And now Caleb Durbin has also been good as the fastball misses up and in. And it's 1-2 to Ezekiel Tovar. And yet all of us went into the offseason saying they needed power bats. And so as the 1-2 comes home, Tovar grounds it foul outside of third. They don't have those. And so while they pitch, and while Caleb Durbin is becoming a really nice story, he could also play second base with Alex Bregman still at third.
Yeah. That's where all those projections come in, right? That aren't always correct.
1-2. Pitch is up and away. Now, I'm sure Craig and others would say, well, it's just not synced up for us. You know, we lose Roman, we lose Trevor.
Huge.
Garrett Crochet is out.
And those guys weren't good to start the season before they got hurt.
Here's the 2-2. And it's line foul. The tough part becomes, as they've dug themselves this hole, what comes next? You have to do so much now to get back into the division race, let alone the wild card race.
You have to do the near impossible to get back in this.
2-2 pitch is a beauty. Strike 3 called Jake Bennett. Rocky Mountain High. He is rolling along. That is 8 strikeouts for the lefty. 1 down in the bottom of the 6th, and we take 10 seconds for station ID on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI, Red Sox Radio Network.
From the WEEI studios, 93.7 WEEI FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
2-0 Red Sox. The leadoff man, Willie Castro, batting for the 3rd time against Jake Bennett. Takes pitch outside for ball 1.
8 strikeouts for Bennett so far.
He looks awesome. 1-0. Here's the pitch. And it's fouled back. And again, this is a guy they made a move for in the offseason. They traded Luis Perales to the Washington Nationals. They loved his extension. They thought his floor was higher. And again, another feather in the cap. The ball 1 strike. Here's the pitch. And it's popped foul on the first base side.
The Arbella Insurance Foundation is dedicated to striking out cancer by supporting the Jimmy Fund. For every strikeout from a Red Sox pitcher during the 2026 season, the Arbella Insurance Foundation will donate $50 to the Jimmy Fund. Here for the Jimmy Fund, here for good.
1-2. Jake Bennett has only thrown 66 pitches.
Let him go. You just have to extend the lead. Offense got to do a little more. No lead is safe here.
Well, that's the key point. 1-2. Pitch is a little bit high. Now, I will say this is no longer the Tulowitzki, Cargo, Matt Holliday Rockies. Now, it's called a ball. The Red Sox, I think, are challenging in this spot.
I don't know why.
What? That's the worst challenge of the year. It is. That's the worst challenge of the year.
Mona had one down the middle.
but as a catcher, you get the best look.
That is 8 inches above the zone.
I mean, what? 2-2 is strike 3 called.
There you go.
And they're 2 down.
Just like that.
I mean, that ABS challenge brought to you by Dana Farber. When the challenge is cancer, Dana Farber knocks it out of the park. Shabuzi.
9 strikeouts after those back-to-back.
Unbelievable. Here's Tyler Freeman. Jake Bennett does not need to look for good news like Shabuzi. Here's a ground ball to the left side. Marcelo slides and for some reason makes a ridiculous throw from his knees, but he made an awesome play in the hole to dive and make that grab. He had no chance to get the runner at first. It's an infield hit with 2 down.
Yeah, kind of went down to his knees on a slide, awkward slide, got to the ball nicely, but if he tries to pop up and make the throw, just didn't happen. His right foot was still in the air. Just threw it right into the ground. I like the effort, but
it's
no
amazing.
need to throw it.
You know, Marcelo is such a player driven by confidence, and in his whole life, he's been able to make ridiculous plays. So maybe that builds into that. Now the tying run in T.J. Rumfield comes up from the left side, and Bennett misses outside 1-0. I hear what you're saying about letting Bennett go, and no lead safe here. I think with a lead in the 6th inning, the Red Sox will push the bullpen tonight.
See it. You have your guys up down there. Might as well.
1-0. Bennett throws, and a strike on the outside corner. We're covered by Evergreen here, like we were in Seattle. I guess Tyron Guerrero is already throwing in the Red Sox bullpen. I love that.
I mean, he has been throwing BBs.
1-1 strike. 2-0 Red Sox in the 6th. Bennett is ready. He throws. And a ground ball under his glove to short. Marcelo picks and throws to first in time. And the inning is over. Even though he's only thrown 72 pitches, I'll be interested to see whether that's it for Jake Bennett. He did a great job through 6 innings. 2-0 Red Sox of the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
All across America, Spectrum Business is helping small businesses do more within their budget. Like in Rochester, we're at this computer coding class where fiber-powered internet keeps ideas flowing free forever. And in Austin, our fast, reliable internet lets this gym stream classes all day.
One more, let's go.
Free forever. Get Business Internet Advantage free forever when you get 4 mobile lines. Visit spectrum.com/free for life to find out how. Spectrum Business. Spectrum Internet is powered by fiber and connected to the premises by coaxial lines. Restrictions apply. Services not available in all areas.
What does running your business feel like with Avalara, the agentic AI platform for global tax and compliance? You don't hover over the submit button. You don't ask for a second opinion. You don't wake up thinking about a filing. Because Avalara's agentic AI handles it. Calculating, filing, validating. With the accuracy and audit defensibility your team can stand behind. Avalara. Agentic AI tax and compliance with confidence.
What's going on? I'm Arch Manning, Viore athlete and college quarterback. Whether I'm running, training, traveling, or just unwinding at home, I love doing it in my core shorts from Viore. With a breathable boxer brief liner, they're quick to dry, super versatile, and stand up to even my most intense training sessions. Plus, they come in 3 inseams and a ton of colors. Ready to try a pair? Go to viore.com/arch and get 20% off at checkout. I think you're going to love them as much as I do. That's viore.com/ARCH and get 20% off your first order. Exclusions apply. Visit the website for full terms and conditions. Not only will you receive 20% off your first purchase, but enjoy free shipping on any U.S. orders over $75 and free returns. Have a great day.
EEI on the go? Just download the Odyssey app. Now, back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
Stay tuned after the game for the Nissan postgame show. Hurry in and bring home a winning deal at the Nissan Summer Sales Event. Now's the time to get behind the wheel of a Nissan Rogue, Pathfinder, and Frontier.
Brennan Bernardino is on for the Rockies, and Andrew Monasterio is going to pinch hit for the Red Sox for Anthony Siegler. And honestly, what a cool matchup this is. As Bernie sets at his belt, he throws in Monasterio. Takes a pitch. It's called a ball. They'll challenge the Rockies, Will. That looked pretty good from here.
It did.
Knowing Bernie, it's probably a strike.
It's close.
And it is a strike. That was such a signature of his time with the Red Sox. He doesn't have overwhelming stuff. He doesn't blow you away. He's got huge cojones. He's been on an incredible life journey, and when you need him to be his best, he is. 0-1 to Monasterio. The pitch is down and in. The reason I say it's a fun matchup is that I think these guys have a lot in common. I mean, they're different personalities, but they both appreciate where they are in the spectrum of this game of baseball. 1-1 to Monasterio. Pitch is a strike on the outside corner, and it's 1-2.
Backdoor breaking ball from Bernie, once again just painted on the black.
This is a guy who spent so many years like in the Mexican leagues. Mona swings it, fouls a 1-2 pitch back. And then, the Red Sox took a chance on him, put him in the minor leagues in 2023, and then he just pitched his tail off and came up to the Red Sox and was utterly dominant. 1-2, the pitch is skied into center field. It's hit pretty well. Back and it goes Carrick, but in front of the warning track, he's there to make the play, and there's one down. I just thought it was really fun watching Bernardino go from like a really neat human interest story into a totally dependable bad A bullpen
and
pitcher.
versatile, right? You saw him open games. You saw him in leverage situations in the 7th and 8th innings against big-time elite hitters. And to your point, he's one of those guys you're truly happy for when they have success.
He's unbelievable. Here's Marcelo Meyer, who takes a pitch down and in, ball 1. Subaru of New England scoreboard. Subaru summer is finally here. Details at Subaru of NewEngland.com. The best news of all is the Yankees lost again tonight. Pitch to Meyer is fouled off, and he hit himself on the front foot. This is the kind of hitter that in his time with the Red Sox, Bernie ate alive.
Yeah, this is a bad matchup for Marcelo. Right, he's so worried about that cutter and that breaking ball down and away, which he goes to a lot, that pitch can get you. The sinker in on the hands, and you just fire it off your foot.
5-3 Tigers beat the Yankees.
Actually hit it off of his back foot. Ouch.
1-1 with one down. It's crazy. I was walking around downtown Denver today, huffing and puffing as the altitude got to me after a couple miles. 1-1, the pitch is inside. This is one of those wild things. I mean, Bernie literally over the last 2-3 years is one of the guys that I talked to the most. He was just so relatable. He's so friendly and kind. The 2-1 is a strike on the inside corner. I think that goes to what we're talking about, this perspective about how lucky you are to be here. And I was walking along, and I hear a honking of a horn. 2-2 pitch is way outside, and it's It's a Ford Bronco, and it's Brennan Bernardino. I haven't seen him in a full year, and I'm walking along the streets of Denver, and somehow God from heaven just says, you know what? You need to see Bernie.
It's funny. I saw him at lunch today. He's right next to me, so we caught up for about 30 minutes.
He's such a good guy. 3-2. 2-0 Red Sox, top 7. The pitch is ripped into right center field. A smash for Meyer. It's going to roll to the wall. Marcelo's got an extra base hit with one down in the bottom of the 7th.
Great swing. I mean, he finally got to that sinker down and in. Bernardino kept pounding it in there. He fouled it off his foot early. He laid off some tough pitches away, which bought him that sinker over the plate. That was a balanced swing, line drive, middle of the field approach. That was beautiful.
So now Marcelo in scoring position, and the Red Sox are going to pinch hit for Gasper with Connor Wong. I'll tell you what, I mean, Marcelo's had a really, really tough go of it. He has. But it's nice to see the Red Sox in that third base dugout. A lot of them up on that railing applauding him and ready to go as he ripped that ball into right center field. And here now is Wong. This makes things really kind of interesting. It's a straight switch as Wong will come in for Gasper and catch. Red Sox still have some weapons available off the bench, even after Monastera and Wong hit here. The pitch is a chopper toward third, foul. That had a chance to bound past Karros and bring a run home, but it's strike one for Connor.
Just hoping somehow Bernie, which he doesn't do it often, leave that cutter or that breaking ball over the plate. See some of this pop from Wong. It's in there. I haven't seen it a lot.
0-1 is down and in. I find it very difficult to root against Brennan Bernardino. You know, you want the Red Sox to score more runs, but I'd like it to happen in an inning where he's not on the mound.
That's fair.
I mean, honestly, he is just such a delight. However, let's see if Wong can hit one 400 feet. 1-1 the pitch is a little cue shot on the first base side. Bernie over to cover. First baseman Rumfield throws to first, and Wong is retired on the play. Meyer is over to third. Stay tuned after the game for the Nissan post-game show. Hurry in and bring home a winning deal at the Nissan Summer Sales Event. Now's the time to get behind the wheel of the Nissan Rogue, Pathfinder, and Frontier. This is a fun matchup, too. I mean, you know, the thing that interests me here is that Bernie thinks in his mind's eye about the old Cedar Rafaela, who might swing early and chase pitches. All right, third with two down. The pitch is a strike. Now that's dotted up with a perfect changeup. 0-1.
Looked off to me. Yeah, it was, but after that wasted challenge by Gasper.
0-1. Here's the pitch, and it is fouled off. This feels like a good matchup for Cedar. And to your point, you know that after Gasper blows the one behind the plate in the dugout, they're saying, hey, fellas, you got to be totally sure.
Yeah, and that it was close, but it was definitely a ball. You got a mistake there. That sinker, middle, and he fouled it off.
2-0 Red Sox, top 7. Marcelo at third, 2 down. The pitch is a ball. Breaking ball in the dirt. Curve, and it's 1-2. Wilyer Abreu would be next. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Rockies have a right-hander warming. Pitch is looped into shallow left field. It will not get down as McCarthy runs in, makes the play. And the inning is over. We go to the 7th inning stretch. 2-0 Red Sox. Stretch brought to you by Jeffrey Glassman Injury Lawyers. If you've been hurt in a car work accident, got to get Glassman. 617-777-7777. 2-0 Sox. Tyron Guerrero coming on for the bottom of the 7th on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
The NBA season may be coming to an end, but the games are just beginning online. NBA The Run is a new, fast-paced 3v3 street ball game played above the rim and filled with posterizing jams, ankle-breaking tricks, and style. Bring your favorite NBA stars like SGA, Giannis, Steph, LaMelo, Luka, Jalen Brunson, and more to iconic street ball courts around the world in online knockout tournaments. Stack enough wins and you'll become the GOAT of the Run. NBA The Run is out now for PlayStation 5, Xbox, and PC for $29.99.
Blowing ad budget on metrics that look great till the CFO sees them, that's bull spend. And marketers are calling it out in Dashboard Confessions.
I remember telling my boss, it'll be good for the brand, when leads were slow. Yeah, it wasn't.
Cut the bull spend. LinkedIn lets you target by company, job title, and more. Advertise on LinkedIn. Spend $250 on your first campaign and get a $250 credit. Go to linkedin.com/campaign. Terms and conditions apply.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
The Sox on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Now back to the play-by-play action.
We go into the bottom of the 7th inning as the Red Sox go to Tyron Guerrero, facing Hunter Goodman, my guy, with Cody Johnson walk-up music, and he misses just up and in. Fastball nearly 100 miles an hour, and it's 1-0. Guerrero has become a revelation out of the bullpen. 1-0, swinging a miss, foul into the mitt. You talked to him the other day, Will. What did he say that's changed?
Well, we've known each other for a while. We were teammates in 2015 in El Paso for a couple months. He said, hey, man, what did you change? Was it mechanical? He said, no, it was all mental for me.
1-1. Fouled off.
I said, yeah, that should be the case. You know, when you throw 102, and it's not straight, it's a two-seamer. It's got good arm side movement to it. It's really hard to square up. Plus, like I said, it's over 100. You don't have to be perfect. You don't have to dot on the corners with that type stuff. You know, he went over, he played overseas, made some adjustments, came back here, had a decent camp, did well in AAA. And look, with that stuff, I'm not saying try to throw it middle. Anywhere over the plate works.
1-2. Pitch is popped up on the infield. It's not the easiest sky right now. Monasterio and Durant and Meyer, I should say, come together. And Andrew is there behind the bag to make the play. And there's one away. You know, it's interesting. A lot of the great pitching departments, and the Red Sox now have one of them, believe in that thing of if you just throw strikes down the middle, 93% of the time you're going to get a good outcome.
When you have stuff like that, yes. Yes. When you can touch 103, yeah.
I think most of that is the first pitch they're talking about. 2-0 Sox. The pitch is swung on and missed. This is becoming a video game for Tyron Guerrero. He is one of the better right-handed relievers in the game.
It's also hard to sync up your mechanics and repeat them when you were 6'9".
0-1 is just down and in. It's true. Any little miss exaggerated.
Yeah, and I think something that also really helped him, he spent a lot of time with Aroldis Chapman in the offseason down in Miami training. All right, that's another guy who has dealt with mechanical issues, not throwing strikes. They get together, they talk, they discuss stuff. It's two high velo guys. Maybe that helped him a lot also.
1-1. Guerrero throws. And a high fly into right field. Abreu back in front of the wall. On the run, he's there to make the play. Got in on him enough, and they're 2 down. I think it's a really good point you make, Will, that they worked out together. Big-bodied guys trying to simplify things, and they both look more compacted. Shoulders and elbows and arms closer together when they come into their line.
Guerrero, yes, simple mechanics. Aroldis, not so much.
He's not afraid to just bring it all. Here's Jake McCarthy. He bunts one to the mound. Guerrero says, thank you very much. Leaps up like the Statue of Liberty, and the inning is over. Does that tell you how good his stuff is? That McCarthy's trying to bunt for a hit? Yes, it does. He does a little Chapman flex. Love that. We go to the 8th inning. 2-0 Red Sox on the Shaws and Star Market, WEI Red Sox Radio Network.
What's going on? I'm Arch Manning, Viore athlete and college quarterback. Whether I'm running, training, traveling, or just unwinding at home, I love doing it in my core shorts from Viore. With a breathable boxer brief liner, they're quick to dry, super versatile, and stand up to even my most intense training sessions. Plus, they come in 3 inseams and a ton of colors. Ready to try a pair? Go to viore.com/arch and get 20% off at checkout. I think you're going to love them as much as I do. That's VUORI.com/ARCH and get 20% off your first order. Exclusions apply. Visit the website for full terms and conditions. Not only will you receive 20% off your first purchase, but enjoy free shipping on any U.S. orders over $75 and free returns. Have a great day.
4th of July savings are happening now at the Home Depot with select appliances starting at $398. Plus, get free delivery on appliance purchases of $398 or more, no membership required. Upgrade your kitchen with a modern and sleek GE Profile refrigerator featuring hands-free autofill for the perfect pour every time. And make laundry day easier with 2-in-1 washer-dryer combo innovation that completes laundry in about 90 minutes. Shop top brand appliances now at the Home Depot. Offer valid June 17th to July 8th. U.S. only. See store online for details.
As a parent, I want what's best for my kid. For her, that meant finding a charter public school that truly fit her needs. Specialized programming, more support, somewhere she feels safe. But too many families are still waiting for that opportunity. Politicians on Smith Hill want us to wait longer. Don't limit access to charter public schools. Tell Governor McKee and the General Assembly that you oppose the permanent charter ban. Parents, not politicians, should get to decide the right school for their child.
Paid for by Stop the Wait Rhode Island.
Back to the Sox on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Now at Shaw's Star Market, it's a 10 for $10 sale. Save on items like avocados from the produce department. Pantry favorites like Signature Select, pasta, and Star-Kissed chunk white tuna. Treat Haagen-Dazs cups.
Here's your pick to click. Amafre feeling Wilyer Abreu takes a pitch from Victor Vodnik out of the Rockies bullpen for ball 1-1-0 is a check swing, called a strike anyway, and it's 1-1. He did better that time.
It's painful.
Why? To read?
No, to read that one.
1-1 is a little bit outside.
It's a mouthful.
Now at Shaw's and Star Market, it's a 10 for $10 sale. Save on items like avocados from the produce department, pantry favorites like Signature Select, pasta and Star-Kissed chunk white tuna, and treats like Haagen-Dazs cups. You got to add words sometimes. 2-1 pitch misses outside. It's 3-1. So you got to editorialize a little bit. The sales department missed a word. And treats Haagen-Dazs cups. Who treated them?
It's also just a fragment sentence.
3-1 to Wilyer. Look out below. The pitch is swung on and fouled back to the screen. And it's 3-2. All right. Grammar by Will Middlebrooks. One of my favorite things.
Yeah. It's a real thing. It is.
2-0 Red Sox in the top of the 8th. It's still so bright out here. And we got tarps off in the upper right field deck here at Coors Field. 3-2 to Abreu. Pitch is ball four. That is so good from Abreu. That's twice tonight in spots where you know he's trying to launch. Are the Rockies challenging
it's
that?
Up.
That's an absurd challenge, isn't it?
It's up. Yeah, it's up. I mean, a couple inches.
Come on. Well, I mean, I guess it's more desperation than anything, right? You're trailing by 2. You figure, why not? But if I can see it from here, if you can see it from here. Red fish, blue fish. Here's Wilson Contreras. Wilson gave the Red Sox a lead with a double down the right field line. His last time in here, he loops one to short, and it's thrown to first, and a double play. That was very close over there at first base. It was actually hit to the second baseman, Tovar. Wilyer had taken a big secondary lead. The Red Sox are thinking about it in the video room, and they will not look.
Yeah, that's a mistake. That can't happen if you're Willier. You have to know where the infielder's playing. He's playing up the middle, playing Contreras pull. He went 2 or 3 hard steps towards second base. Just a bad read on his part.
Here's Jaron Duran. You know, on those, Will, I always defer to you because, I mean, I never played past high school.
Line drives.
Jaron Duran. You freeze, don't you? Here's a line drive foul on the third base side based on where the defense is.
Yes, but playing when you're a base runner at first base, it's hard to tell exactly where that line drive is. But even if it gets through, you're not getting to third base on that. It was hit too hard.
No upside. 0-1 to Duran. 2-0 Sox. The pitch is a ground ball off the glove of the pitcher to second. Tovar throws to first. That is so lucky for the Rockies. 1-4-3, and the inning is over. 2-0, though, the Red Sox lead. I'm sure it's Whitlock time as we come back to Colorado. The Shaw's and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Ice Cube's Big 3 is back. The most competitive basketball league on earth is on CBS this Saturday. Big 3 All-Star Dwight Howard and the LA Riot take on Greg Monroe and the Dallas Power. Then Coach Rick Mahorn, Sensation Nazir Kaur, and the Detroit Amps look to protect home court against back-to-back MVP Michael Beasley and the defending champs Miami 305. The game played the way you love. Watch live Saturday on CBS at 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific, and catch replays on BET.
Oh, yay, yay!
Whoa, okay. This one says you get a free phone if you switch. Hey, this one also says you get a free phone if you switch.
Yeah, they all do, hon.
Huh. The T-Mobile one says their customers had the lowest wireless bills versus the other big guys over the past 5 years. And their latest experience plans have Netflix included, plus a year of Dash Pass by DoorDash.
Hang on, let me see that. Oh, yeah, we're switching.
That's what I'm talking about. Do we clap now, or...
At T-Mobile, get savings that keep stacking up. That's value you can feel every day. And right now, bring your phone to T-Mobile and we'll give you $400 when you switch.
Savings based on Harris X billing snapshots from Q3 2021 to Q4 2025 compared to average AT&T and Verizon bills. Comparison excludes discounts, credits, and optional charges. $400 with new account on qualifying line. Unlocked device credit ported 90-plus days with device and carrier and timely redemption required. Virtual MasterCard typically takes 14 weeks. No cash access and expires in 6 months. Card issued by Sunrise Banks N.A. member FDIC. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Here at Whitlock, this is the home of the Sox. WEEI.
Garrett Whitlock is on for the Red Sox as we go into the bottom of the 8th inning, 2-0. Everything's set up, not quite the way you thought the game might play out here in Denver, but the Red Sox will certainly take it as the tarps off Army in the recesses of Coors Field beyond the right field foul pole is growing. Shirts off, singing white striped songs, but Garrett Whitlock would like to silence them all right here. 2-0 Sox. Check out the game score brought to you by Veg ER for Pets, official emergency vet group of the Red Sox Radio Network. Pitch 2, Troy Johnson is a little bit low from Whitlock, 1-0. Here's the 1-0. And it's swung on and missed. We were doing a little Harry Carey in between innings. Just going through the Red Sox lineup. And you tested me with Rob Refsnyder, and I've just tried to wrap my mind around it. The 1-1 is swung on and missed. And Whitlock blowing smoke here, and it's 1-2. Harry Carey would have said that Rob Refsnyder backwards is Reddy's fur bore. We saw Rob in Seattle. Here's a pop foul on the third base side, and it's 1-2. My favorite Halloween costume of all time.
Oh, you spray painted your hair white?
I did. Put the square black glasses on, pillows stuffed down the shirt.
That wasn't a pillow.
And I told everybody all night, hey! 1-2 is ripped to first. Caught there by Contreras. Let everybody realize that Naslu just made a great play at first, and there's one down. It's the West Coast. The altitude is high. I mean, it's not really. We're in the Rockies, but still. One down.
Oh, in Colorado, there's a lot in the air.
I don't know what you're implying.
I do.
But I can promise you that is not part of this. Here's Edouard Julien, who we knew so well with the Minnesota Twins. Whitlock stretches, he throws, and Julien Says that is not c'est bon, and it's strike one. Kylian Mbappe for the French national team scored another ridiculous goal.
How about Messi?
Oh,
gosh.
0-1. He is a ground ball over Whitlock's head, maybe off his glove into center field, a base hit. You know, he's a little spooked by that, but Julien has a one-out single.
Oh, it's always, we talk about always need to extend the lead here, right? Offense can happen quickly. The gaps are huge. The ball flies. Whitlock's got to dial in right here, make some pitches.
It's sort of what you're talking about. If you're an international soccer team and you're up a goal and Messi's on the other side, that's how nervous you are here at Coors Field when the tying run comes to the plate. Mickey Moniak has had a great year. Heading from the left side, he is ready, and here's a looper to right field. It's down for a hit. Whitlock made a good pitch. Brady throws an absolute missile into second, but Rockies now with the tying runs on base with one down.
Well, Moniak, you said it's having a good year. Got a sinker in on the hands. Didn't hit it well, but got just enough of it to dunk it into right.
He's just activated off the injured list. He had ankle tendonitis, and I think the Rockies are exceedingly likely to trade Moniak, given their record. Here's Willie Castro with the tying runs aboard. One down, the pitch. Fouled off on the third base side, and that's strike one.
Whitlock not getting the same type of action on that fastball that he normally does, probably because of the altitude. He's got to stay up above that zone.
1. Whitlock throws, and a little blooper into center field. It's down for a hit, and that's going to score a run, barring a Cedon miracle throw. It comes home, and they got him by a ton! Cedon! Say you're gone! Whoa, what a missile from Rafaela, and he keeps the Red Sox ahead by 2.
I mean, just bad luck again for Whitlock. Just an absolute jam job. Blooper in the center. Marcelo almost got to it. Cedon gets to it so quickly and gets it in one hop right to Connor. Great play. Huge play.
We talked about it coming into this game. I don't think Andy Gonzalez is quite aware of how good Cedon is in center field. Great job to gun down Julien, and Connor played that perfectly.
I'm hoping they have a shot of Cedon after he throws it. He throws it, he just puts his hand on his hip and stands there for about 20 seconds just staring in like, what are you thinking?
As if to say, how dare you?
What are you doing? Disrespectful.
It's actually, given the context of the game, Will, it's a really bad call over there at third base by the Rockies.
Awful. I was with him, and when that was hit, you think you thought so too. The run was going to score easy because it wasn't hit hard enough. But Cedon got such a good read on it, he got to it a lot faster than we thought he would.
Stay tuned after the game for the Nissan postgame show. Hurry in and bring home a winning deal at the Nissan Summer Sales Event. Now's the time to get behind the wheel of Nissan Rogue, Pathfinder, and Frontier. How ridiculous is this outfield the Red Sox have? What a huge play that is. And here's Tyler Freeman. Whitlock trying to get out of a jam. 2 on, 2 out. Pitch. He is lined into right field. Another base hit. Again, Abreu's got the huge arm. And lesson learned at third. They will hold the base runner. And they got him on a run down at second. Throw behind him. Wow. Oh, baby. What a terrible play on the bases. Contreras read it well. You want to know how the Rockies are 18 games below 500? That play tells the whole story.
Awful mistake. He rounds second base thinking there's going to be a play at home. There was never going to be a play at home. Their third base coach was holding him up from the beginning. He just had his head down running. Awful.
We'll get more into that when we come back for the night. 2-0 Red Sox lead. Thank you, Rockies, on the Shaws and Star Market, WEI Red Sox Radio Network.
The NBA season may be coming to an end, but the games are just beginning online. NBA The Run is a new, fast-paced 3v3 street ball game played above the rim and filled with posterizing jams, ankle-breaking tricks, and style. Bring your favorite NBA stars like SGA, Giannis, Steph, LaMelo, Luka, Jalen Brunson, and more to iconic street ball courts around the world in online knockout tournaments. Stack enough wins and you'll become the GOAT of the run. NBA The Run is out now for PlayStation 5, Xbox, and PC for $29.99.
What's going on? I'm Arch Manning, Viore athlete and college quarterback. Whether I'm running, training, traveling, or just unwinding at home, I love doing it in my core shorts from Viore. With a breathable boxer brief liner, they're quick to dry, super versatile, and stand up to even my most intense training sessions. Plus, they come in 3 inseams and a ton of colors. Ready to try a pair? Go to viore.com/arch and get 20% off at checkout. I think you're going to love them as much as I do. That's VUORI.com/ARCH and get 20% off your first order. Exclusions apply. Visit the website for full terms and conditions. Not only will you receive 20% off your first purchase, but enjoy free shipping on any U.S. orders over $75 and free returns. Have a great day.
Blowing ad budget on metrics that look great till the CFO sees them. That's bull spend. And marketers are calling it out in Dashboard Confessions.
I remember telling my boss, it'll be good for the brand, when leads were slow. Yeah, it wasn't.
Cut the bull spend. LinkedIn lets you target by company, job title, and more. Advertise on LinkedIn. Spend $250 on your first campaign and get a $250 credit. Go to linkedin.com/campaign. Terms and conditions apply.
Boston sports with you wherever you go. Download the Odyssey app. Now, back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
Caleb Durbin has taken strike one from Victor Vodnik, who continues in the game, and he swings now and fouls one off behind Masa Yoshida in the on-deck circle for strike two. What a crazy bottom of the 8th that was. They pinch hit for Fulford with Johnson. He lines out to first. And then things got totally insane. 0-2, Durbin takes a high fastball. Edouard Julien, little dribbler into center field, single. Then Mickey Moniak comes on, and the decision to send Julien on that pitch, the hit up from Willie Castro, was just a disaster as Durbin takes a pitch outside 2-2. That's bad enough, but what in the world is Castro doing coming around second base?
His head's down. For some reason, he thought there was going to be a play at the plate. Never looked at his third base coach.
Durbin's had another really nice night. He takes a fastball high, and it is 3-2. He has doubled and singled and struck out. Isn't that part of the pregame meetings, knowing the arms in the outfield?
It's not only that. I mean, just simple elementary base running as you're getting to second base.
Durbin takes ball 4. He's on base for the 3rd time.
Like when you're 3 steps from second base, you're glancing at your third base coach just to see what's going on. Is he sending that runner? Is he telling me to come to him? Or simply, is he holding the base runner in front of you? This is elementary baseball.
So halfway between first and second, if there's nobody on, it's kind of instinctual. Here's Yoshida. Pitch is a strike, but it's so different when there's a guy on second running third. You have to know, don't you? You got to look over and make sure that he's not sending him.
100%.
1-1 to Masa. He's walked. He's 0 for 2. The pitch. He is a chopper on the third base side, and it's handled there over at third by a new third baseman who throws to first. I think it's Willie Castro who moves over there. Karros was lifted on the play, though. Durbin is over to second. It is Willie Castro who makes that play. So the Rockies make an incredible spate of defensive changes. Julien remains in the game. He's at second. Castro moves over to third. All right, here's Monasterio. I don't rule out Durbin running here at all. A pitch on the outside corner, and it is 0-1. Jake McCarthy goes from left to center field. 0-1 to Mona. Durbin leading at second. Pitch is a chopper, foul on the third base side. Very close. But for Monasterio, it's 0-2.
Wasn't it 3 weeks ago Durbin's hitting 165?
He's been so hot.
It's 221 now.
Monasterio swings it, fouls one off. And that can happen in the first 2 weeks of the season, not the third month of the season.
And in no way am I applauding a 221 batting average.
But still.
But the jump from where he was, the hole he was in to dig out of that and make adjustments, really good from a young player in his second year in the show.
Cole Carrick moved from center field to shortstop. 0-2. Monasterio swings and fouls it back to the screen. Troy Johnson is the designated hitter. Julien is the second baseman. And Mickey Moniak is in left. These are the Colorado Rockies. 0-2 the pitch. He is low in the dirt. Durbin did not take off. Into the ball and 2 strikes. What a wild bottom of the 8th that was. 1-2 to Monasterio. The pitch is swung on and fouled.
Oh, he got a piece of that. I was about to say, why are you not running? Swung and missed. I saw it go to the backstop. He just got a piece of that.
He knew.
He knew. You knew. I did not.
The opposite is almost always true. Attendance, by the way, huge upper deck crowd. Tarps off, brought to you by Crispy Crunchy Chicken. 1-2 the pitch. Popped up. Into those fans. Crispy Crunchy Chicken is the official fried chicken of the Boston Red Sox. Find a location at crispycrunchy.com. They're bored. They got the wave going. And I don't blame them, to be honest. I mean, these Rockies have just been putrid for too many years. The pitch is fouled off on the first base side. They come in 18 games under 500. And again, they're doing their best to modernize the front office and make a new turn, catch up with the rest of the game. But it is not easy to be a Rockies fan these days. 1-2. An inside move from Vondrak. Look, a Rocky fan listening to this game would say, you're in a glass house and you're throwing stones. The Red Sox are not having a good year at all. Understood. 1-2. Pitch is skied down the left field line, carrying well. Back on it at the wall and is just a little short. Monasterio is out, but Durbin, aggressive base running, tags from second and heads to third.
I don't love that. Just no reason. Like, you have good speed. Durbin at second base. It's a massive outfield. If it's a single, you're going to score. You get thrown out there in a 2-0 game.
It's Mickey Moniak over there in left. And here now Marcelo, who doubled into the right center field gap his last time. 2 down, top 9. The pitch is fouled on the first base side. I can't see him, but I guarantee you Aroldis Chapman is throwing in the Red Sox bullpen.
If you just listen, you can hear the mitt popping
Can
500 feet away.
Inside Charlie Madden's glove. Here's Marcelo taking a ball inside, 1-1.
I love when he comes out to get his early work done when the stadium's empty and batting practice isn't happening yet. And you just hear the pop of the glove when he's out there. Ooh.
1-1. Runner at third, 2-0 Red Sox in the 9th. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Another pull off there by Marcelo and a slider. And it's 1-2. The other thing he does that just blows your mind is he plays long toss in a way that most humans don't. He starts to play catch and he works his way basically to the monster, to the first base line. Marcelo is going to step out as Vodnik did not get what he wanted from Goodman, so he steps off. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Caleb Durbin's got a massive lead on the third base line. The pitch is soft ground ball on the first base side. Vodnik's got it. He flips underhand to first in time, and the inning is over. Red Sox leave Durbin at third. Chapman time in Colorado. 2-0 Red Sox on the Shaw's and Star Market, WEEI, Red Sox Radio Network.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Celebrate 4th of July savings happening now at the Home Depot with select appliances starting at $398. Plus, get free delivery on appliance purchases of $398 or more, no membership required. Get a Whirlpool fridge with easy reach zone to keep tall items organized and accessible. And upgrade to a washer-dryer tower with UV clean technology to reduce bacteria in the wash without fading fabrics. Shop top brand appliances now at the Home Depot. Offer valid June 17th to July 8th. U.S. only. See store online for details.
Ice Cube's Big 3 is back. The most competitive basketball league on earth is on CBS this Saturday. Big 3 All-Star Dwight Howard and the LA Riot take on Greg Monroe and the Dallas Power. Then Coach Rick Mahorn, Sensation Nazir Kaur, and the Detroit Amps look to protect home court against back-to-back MVP Michael Beasley and the defending champs Miami 305. The game played the way you love. Watch live Saturday on CBS at 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific, and catch replays on BET.
Oh, yay, yay!
We're right back to the Sox on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Chapman time as we go to the bottom of the ninth in Colorado. He's not seen a lot of these Rockies hitters. In fact, most big league pitchers have not. But Aroldis, who's not been often used in this month, is ready to close this thing down. 2-0 Sox. TJ Rumfield is on. The pitch to him is a beautiful strike on the outside corner, 95 miles an hour. Pitching change brought to you by JetBlue, proud to be the official airline of Boston sports. Get your tickets at jetblue.com, 1-800-JetBlue. 0-1. Chapman on the third base side throws, and a little blooper foul on the third base line. Out of play, 0-2. Jesse Trujillo has done a great job for us in the booth here in Colorado. Joe Braverman back at the flagship studio, WEEI, and Joe Weil. He's burning the midnight oil, 10:51 p.m. He's ready to do the post-game show.
The Weil thing.
He does make my heart sing on nights like this. 0-2. Pitch is a line drive into left field, a base hit past the dive of Durbin. Over to his right is Duran to limit him to a single, and the Rockies in this ninth inning will bring the tying run to the plate.
Well, that was a 0-2 slider from Chapman. We'll say 6 inches off the plate. It was a good pitch. Rumfield just reaches out and slaps it the other way. It was a good piece of hitting. Why he's going that many sliders, though. Let's see the fastball here.
How fun has it been to watch Chapman in so many of these spots where he gets a little tested and he has a little extra in the tank? Here's Hunter Goodman. Pitch to him is a ground ball into left field, a base hit. Well, the Rockies are going to bring the tying runs onto the base paths. Good swing there from Goodman. 2 on, none out. And here's Cole Kerrigan.
Well, here you go. No outs, first and second, tying run at first. This is the spot where they're going to bunt. Your infielders have to get in there and take this ball so Chapman doesn't have to. He's still dealing with that hamstring. He's not fast off the mound. That's a long arm action to make a play. They're going to bunt this to the third base side. They want Durbin to field it, so the only play is first base.
They should. And in this ballpark, you hope they're aware enough to do that. I mean, Chapman cannot move off the mound. All right, Contreras in at first. Durbin joining him. 2 on, none out, and they are not bunting. He swings and misses like he's trying to hit a home run. To me, that is... I understand what you're saying. It's the right play. Who cares what ballpark you're in? Chapman is having such a hard time coming off the mound. He's one of the best closers in the game.
It's not only that. If you just execute it, tying runs at second base.
0-1. They're trying to win the game, I suppose. Here's Chapman setting at his letters. 2 on, none out, 0-1. He squares now, and he bunts it beautifully on the third base side. Durbin, gloves, and they don't have a play at first. Monasterio way late to cover, and now the bases are loaded. So they gave him a pitch to do damage. That is on Monasterio, isn't it?
Not necessarily. That's a bunt. Contreras has to read that, and when he knows it's going to third base, he's got to get back, and he was nowhere to be found. He came in and stayed there. Right, you can see with that bat angle.
So far.
Yeah, I know, but he's got to read that before it's bunting. You can look at the angle of the bat and tell which way it's going. Either way, we got to think Monasterio with a righty is playing up the middle. That's something Contreras has got to know also, is he's over there. I can't charge. I know he's trying to bunt it over there.
In other words, the decision to charge that hard is the main mistake.
I think so.
Well, here we go now. It is strikeout time for Aroldis Chapman. And how many times has this happened in this ballpark in very different ways? The Red Sox had a 2-0 lead coming in with their closer on the mound totally set up. Jake McCarthy is the batter now. And this is a spot where you're just desperate for your closer to do what he's done so many times. Left on left. They play at double play depth. 2-0 Red Sox. The pitch is line foul on the third base side. 99 miles an hour. He will tend to heat it up a little bit. When he's in a real jam, Chapman will. And it is 0-1. 2-0 Red Sox, but the bases loaded with nobody out. 0-1. Chapman throws and a swing and a ground ball inside the third baseline that might well win the game. It definitely ties it. It takes a bad hop, and the Rockies are going to win it. A bases clearing triple in the bottom of the ninth. A disaster in Denver, and the Rockies win it 3-2. Chapman walks off, shoulders slumped. The Rockies tried to give the Red Sox this game, and they would not take it. 3-2 the final. Nissan postgame show is next on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
The NBA season may be coming to an end, but the games are just beginning online. NBA The Run is a new, fast-paced 3v3 street ball game played above the rim and filled with posterizing jams, ankle-breaking tricks, and style. Bring your favorite NBA stars like SGA, Giannis, Steph, LaMelo, Luka, Jalen Brunson, and more to iconic street ball courts around the world in online knockout tournaments. Stack enough wins and you'll become the GOAT of the run. NBA The Run is out now for PlayStation 5, Xbox, and PC for $29.99.
What's going on? I'm Arch Manning, Viore athlete and college quarterback. Whether I'm running, training, traveling, or just unwinding at home, I love doing it in my Coors shorts from Viore. With a breathable boxer brief liner, they're quick to dry, super versatile, and stand up to even my most intense training sessions. Plus, they come in 3 inseams and a ton of colors. Ready to try a pair? Go to viore.com/arch and get 20% off at checkout. I think you're going to love them as much as I do. That's VUORI.com/ARCH and get 20% off your first order. Exclusions apply. Visit the website for full terms and conditions. Not only will you receive 20% off your first purchase, but enjoy free shipping on any U.S. orders over $75 and free returns. Have a great day.
Blowing ad budget on metrics that look great till the CFO sees them. That's bull spend. And marketers are calling it out in Dashboard Confessions.
I remember telling my boss, it'll be good for the brand, when leads were slow. Yeah, it wasn't.
Cut the bull spend. LinkedIn lets you target by company, job title, and more. Advertise on LinkedIn. Spend $250 on your first campaign and get a $250 credit. Go to linkedin.com/campaign. Terms and conditions apply.
Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. This is the Nissan postgame show. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Experience the thrill for yourself today. Shop NissanUSA.com.
Heartbreaker in Denver for the Red Sox. They fall 3-2. Aroldis Chapman, a little snake bitten. The defense did not exactly do him any favors, but in the end, the Red Sox fall 3-2. We launched the Nissan postgame show. Joe Wiles going to have the majority of it. Back with Will Middlebrooks. I'm Will Fleming, and just kind of been that kind of season. Will, these Rockies are not a good team, and they proved it in the 8th inning. They come in 18 games under 500. Some of the worst base coaching, base running you've ever seen, and they kind of bail the Red Sox out in that 8th inning, and then the Red Sox kind of repay the favor. They don't play the bunt the right way in the 9th inning, and then there is some bad luck involved. But I think these kinds of games, these kinds of situations against, let's be honest, the bottom feeders in baseball can be crystallizing. Yes, they manufacture a couple of runs. Caleb Durbin was fantastic again tonight. They found a way with some pretty good fortune to get a couple of runs across. But I do think that the fact that this game was scoreless for so long in a hitter's paradise is the bottom line of this game.
Yeah, I mean, they made Feltner look pretty good, right? He only struck out 2, but he walked 4. The command wasn't great. There was a ton of weak contact. They did get him for those 2 runs in the 6th inning. You feel like you're facing an arm like that, you got to score more runs. Okay, that's baseball. You don't, right? You're up 2-0. Perfect setup for your bullpen. Guerrero, Whitlock, Chapman comes in. Chapman didn't have the best command. He does give up a hit on a good 0-2 pitch, but then just continues to throw the fastball over the middle of the plate. And even a young team like this is going to hit mistakes.
Life is a closer, isn't it? Because Chapman has been indomitable. I mean, he's just been unbelievable for these Red Sox. And the margin is so narrow. And, we can talk about how, they're trying to save the hamstring and you don't want to use him that much. I give him grace because he doesn't pitch enough. Aroldis is a kind of guy like all the great closers where every 3 days they want to be out there with smoke coming out of their ears in a 1-run, a 2-run game. I don't think he's had enough opportunities to do that, and it sure looked like he was just a touch off tonight.
Well, if games keep going like this, he will be doing it, but it'll be in another uniform in the second half.
There's no doubt, and we're starting to bottom line this thing out, Will. You came out here and you said, after a sweep at the hands of the Blue Jays, you win a series from the Mariners, and this Rockies series is one you have to win, and it's an awful start with the way this thing went.
I mean, the Rockies gift wrapped that game in a game in which the Red Sox didn't honestly play well enough to win outside of Jake Bennett being really good today. But then hands it over to the bullpen, like I said, in a perfect setup and structure to win this game. The Rockies did everything they could to lose this game and found a way to score 3 off of Aroldis Chapman.
We'll end with a little big picture in 1 minute to send it to Joe Weil. But Jake Bennett was really good. I mean, he really, in this ballpark, I mean, the Rockies are not a good offense, but they've been hot. They'd homered in 13 straight games. They're rolling along. I thought the mix and the composure of Jake Bennett was really impressive.
Yeah, it was. And this is a tough place to pitch. He goes 6 innings, just 4 hits, 0 walks, and punched out 9 guys. And I think he realized, okay, this is how certain pitches are coming out of my hand. He's obviously the guinea pig of the group who goes out there first and has to deal with the conditions out here. I thought he handled it perfectly and made some really big pitches.
We're not in the minds of anybody making huge decisions. Will, we're not. But it sometimes in the history of this franchise, when big changes have been made, a lot of times it's you're against your arch rival, the New York Yankees, right? The disparity between things gets exposed. I think the next 2 days have a chance to do that. I mean, this is the worst team in baseball, the worst. And it's not just that you lose games, it's the way that you lose them, and it's the way that you look when you compare yourself to them. I really think this has a chance to be kind of a reflective moment.
Yeah, there's no way around that. Yeah. Still 2 games left here. I'm not going to give up that they can't beat this team twice. And that's not just me being crazy optimistic. That's how bad Colorado is. And this game, like I said, was gift wrapped. It should have been won. That cannot happen.
Nissan postgame show is next with Joe Weil. We in spite of the loss, had a fun time in Colorado. We're going to adapt to the altitude and get back at it tomorrow. Jesse Trujillo was great for the booth here in Colorado, and Joe Braverman, as always, back at the flagship WEI. It's another 8:40 start time tomorrow. Sonny Gray and Sean Sullivan, who, as a rookie, has kind of burst onto the scene but struggled in his debut. The Red Sox and the Rockies tomorrow at 8:40 East Coast time, which means you can tune in to the Mass Mutual Red Sox pregame show beginning at 7:40. Goodness, altitude. Goodbye. Red Sox lose 3-2. For Will Middlebrooks, Will Fleming saying so long from Colorado on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
From the WEEI studios, 93.7 WEEI FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
4th of July savings are happening now at the Home Depot with select appliances starting at $398. Plus, get free delivery on appliance purchases of $398 or more, no membership required. Upgrade your kitchen with a modern and sleek GE Profile refrigerator featuring hands-free autofill for the perfect pour every time. And make laundry day easier with 2-in-1 washer-dryer combo innovation that completes laundry in about 90 minutes. Shop top brand appliances now at the Home Depot. Offer valid June 17th to July 8th. U.S. only. See store online for details.
Day afternoons starting at 6. Now back to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
In a season of deflating losses, this one might take the cake as the most deflating, as the Sox lose in walk-off fashion to the Major League Baseball worst Colorado Rockies 3-2. Jake McCarthy with a walk-off triple in the 9th inning against Aroldis Chapman, a 3-run triple. Rockies take it 3-2 against the Red Sox. Joe Weil with you. You're listening to the Nissan postgame show. Hurry in and bring home a winning deal at the Nissan Summer Sales event. Now is the time to get behind the wheel of the Nissan Rogue, Pathfinder, and Frontier. It is a third walk-off loss of the season for the Red Sox. And coming into today's game, the Sox actually led after 8 innings, or won games led after 8 innings 30 times in 30 opportunities. So the first time they've lost this season when leading after 8. And Aroldis Chapman, he gets the loss in this one. Tough luck loss and bad luck went against him in this one, but he ends up giving up 3 runs in the bottom of the 9th inning. The Arbel Insurance Foundation is dedicated to striking out cancer by supporting the Jimmy Fund. And tonight, Red Sox pitchers had 9 strikeouts, all of which came from Jake Bennett. And that means another $450 to the Jimmy Fund to help strike out cancer. Arbella here for the Jimmy Fund, here for good. He was great, Jake Bennett. The rookie allowed just 4 hits in 6 innings, of course, at Coors Field, a very hitter-friendly park. So kudos to him, but he ultimately gets hung up with the no decision instead of his second Major League win. For every double, the Red Sox hit will donate $50 to the American Diabetes Association, brought to you in part by the Massachusetts Health Connector. If you need health insurance, go to mahealthconnector.org and find the right plan for you and your family. The 3 doubles today came from Caleb Durbin, who's been red hot still, Wilson Contreras, and Marcelo Meyer. So the Sox are up to 129 doubles on the season, which means $6,350 to the American Diabetes Association, brought to you in part by the Massachusetts Health Connector. And for every 4-bagger the Red Sox hit this season, the Red Sox Radio Network will donate $40 to Cars for Kids. We're making our donation. You should too. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go to carsforkids.com to donate your car today. That is Cars with a K. Really, all around, just not a great night for the Red Sox offensively. They scratch across 2 runs in the top of the 6th inning against Ryan Feltner, who came in with an ERA over 5.